Okay, very good morning and a very warm welcome to this 5 days beautiful curated course on entrepreneurship, innovation, creativity, which is going to take you to creation of business plan. Okay, so we are very privileged that got this opportunity. GH Raisoni College of Engineering and Management Jalgaon has been given this opportunity to host US Fulbright Specialist. तो हमें उन्हें होस्ट करने का एक बहुत ही सुंदर मौका मिला है एंड ये जो स्कॉलरशिप जो मिली है इन्हें कि वो यहाँ पे आके इंडियन स्टूडेंट्स का माइंडसेट चेक करे कि वो कितना एंटरप्रेन्योर बनने में इंटरेस्टेड है. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर इंटरेस्टेड इन बिकमिंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स? ओके सर, दिस मेनी स्टूडेंट्स आर इंटरेस्टेड इन बिकमिंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स. And after the session, after this workshop, you each and everyone will have your own business plan. Okay, this is guarantee that sir is going to give you. Okay, why he is here? Okay, US Fulbright Commission has given him a scholarship, has given him a grant. Okay, to come here to interact with Indian students, right? And because GH रायसोनी में ऐसे बच्चे हैं, ऐसे आप लोगों के जैसे ऐसे बच्चे हैं जो सही में कुछ करना चाहते हैं बट हमें कमी है अपॉर्चुनिटी की, राइट? सो वो अपॉर्चुनिटी सर हमें देने के लिए आया. ही बिलोंग्स टू स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ न्यूयॉर्क. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर अवेयर ऑफ न्यूयॉर्क, वॉशिंगटन, लॉस? हैव यू when I have posted this flyer, okay, when you have registered, I hope you have done a lot of research on who is going to take this workshop and all, right? तो अगर research नहीं की है तो please do it. Okay, sir has a very good profile. I'm just going to give you कि he's a professor at Morrisville State College, जहाँ पे वो बहुत सारे subjects पढ़ाते हैं, including entrepreneurship, finance, business strategy, operations management and economics. And over his career, he has developed and taught advanced courses like international marketing, entrepreneur finance, and production and operations management. He is also doing a global consulting countries like Kenya, Nigeria, Lebanon, and Tanzania, ranging from small businesses को क्या-क्या challenges है और उनको कैसे हमें solve करना है. So sir has got a very good consulting और इसी course के we have we have tried to design this course from the inputs, and our director ma'am suggested to make it more to give more learning experience to each one of us. So we have also planned one industrial visit along with this course. So all the course participants, I am happy to share that we are going to visit on Thursday Amar Dairy, okay, during this course. Okay, so everyone has to be active. Language will be a barrier, but it should not be उसके लिए you should not be reluctant to attend this course. Okay, you have to understand what sir is saying. Rohit sir is a coordinator. He is going to assist us, and there are many faculty coordinators who will be keep on monitoring your learning process, right? So he is also a Bachelor of Business Administration in Entrepreneurship and Small Business Management, also a curriculum developer, right? So सबसे अच्छी बात ये है कि सर के बारे में कि he loves to take sessions, he loves to take workshops. Okay, you will understand from his workshop. So about this collaboration, why he is here? Because if in future if you wish to go to abroad, make connections, make some ventures, business ventures, sir will be a lifetime mentor for you. Okay, so this Sankranti, let us start with a new beginning with this certificate course, and I request Director Ma'am, Dean Academics Sir, to kindly give a big applause, and everyone please. Yeah.
Good morning, students. And this is indeed a very good opportunity. I must say that your batch is privileged to get such kind of personality on the campus. Professor Christopher, who comes from with his credentials are impressive. If you go through his biodata, as Madam has rightly suggested, you should browse his biodata, his university, so that you will come to know what is the background of Dr. Christopher. Okay, and it is very nicely crafted and planned, the certificate course on business plan, because I guess MBA business management students, they want to become entrepreneurs, right? And even if you want to join some organizations as an employee, but entrepreneurial skills are always appreciated. in the organization. आप सब लोग देखते हैं, the employees who can progress in your career, who can progress, those who can work with the entrepreneurial spirit. So that spirit is always appreciated. And I would suggest, as madam has suggested, language barrier may be there because Dr. Christopher speaks in a good English and with lots of speed. But we have requested him to use lots of slide, and sir has prepared many worksheets. So lots of worksheets are there. So you have to do whatever is given to you, whatever worksheets are designed and given to you. Please complete them so that you will get that insight. Because nowadays in the era of technology where we work with robotics and AI and blockchain and data science, we don't want to survive with the local business. Whoever is in the business, we want to work globally. So to have that global vision, where we can go, where we can take our business, and to broaden your vision also, if such kind of personality come on the campus, you should make most of it. That is my suggestion, because industrial visit is also planned, and on the last day all of you will be asked to give some presentations. आपको सबको कुछ presentation देना है on the learning during these 5 days, during this industrial visit. So you have to give your business plan also can be shared. Sir is staying in Hotel Royal Palace. आप सबको जब भी चाहिए सर का टाइम लेके, जितेश विल बी द कोऑर्डिनेटर, स्टूडेंट कोऑर्डिनेटर, एंड थ्रू जितेश यू कैन कांटेक्ट सर. आपकी जो भी बिजनेस आइडियाज है एनी टाइम यू कैन कांटेक्ट. एनी टाइम मतलब रात के 12 बजे नहीं, working hours में, not not at midnight. You cannot disturb him. I appreciate Jitesh and Radha. है ना, last yesterday they took sir to Padmalaya temple and local market, and he is very happy about that because he wants to carry lots of memories. He wants to understand our culture, our food, everything sir wants to understand. तो उनके लिए बहुत अच्छा था. तो ये सब आपके लिए ओपन प्लेटफॉर्म है. डोंट कीप एनी बाउंड्रीज बिटवीन यू एंड डॉक्टर क्रिस्टोफर. आपको भी जैसे उनको लगा कि सर को घुमा के लाते हैं, आपको भी किसी को लगता है तो आप ज़रूर जाइए. कॉलेज व्हीकल विल बी मेड अवेलेबल टू यू, बट स्पाइसी फूड सर को नहीं खिलाना है, इतना ध्यान में रखना है. ओके, है ना. वाटर, बिस्लेरी वाटर एंड नो स्पाइसी फूड. आप खाना घर का भी खिला सकते हैं सर को. सो ट्राई टू इंटरेक्ट मोर एंड मोर. आई गेस मुझे, आई एम वेरी श्योर कि 1-2 दिन में आपको सर की लैंग्वेज भी समझ में आ जाएगी. ओके, सो नाउ ओवर टू यू. We want to applause for Jyoti madam's effort because she is the one who was instrumental in bringing Dr. Christopher to the campus. It was her hard work, perseverance that Dr. Christopher is there on the campus. To bring an international faculty to the campus, to a city like Jalgaon, it requires a lots of paperwork, hard work, e-maintenance, and many consents from the chair, right from our chairman sir to US embassy, in their local representatives in Mumbai and Delhi. She has not done what. So that also you have to learn. You have a faculty like Dr. Jyoti Jakete. So ma'am, we appreciate your efforts. Now over to you, Christopher sir. Thank you. We request Dr. Sanjay Shekhawat sir to please welcome sir on behalf of all of us. Oh.
Rohit sir is very instrumental in getting this many registrations. Okay, so
आप लोग को पता नहीं है, रोहित सर इवनिंग में एक अमेरिकन कंपनी के लिए काम करते, तो उनको भी शायद वो एक्सेंट पता है, एंड दैट इज व्हाई ही इज चोजन एज द कोर्स कोऑर्डिनेटर. यस रोहित सर. सो बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर रोहित सर आल्सो.
that better? There we go. Okay. All right, is that better? Okay. All right, so for all intents and purposes, we're going to do this is I want to tell you, I'm going to bring you on a journey. Also, the reason we're making you do work, or I'm making you do work, is because entrepreneurship has to be experienced. You have to do. Entrepreneurs do. They will learn, but they, in the end, have to be able to do. Because you're either working in your business or you're working on your business. And so we're going to start with you as an entrepreneur, your spirit, where you are currently in your mindset, because that mindset can shift over time. So don't think that just because where we end up or wherever you are now doesn't mean that you can't be an entrepreneur if you happen to be in one area or you're not where you're supposed to be. All right. And as I was telling a couple of students who went on my trip yesterday, if somebody had told me I would have been here when I was your age, I would have laughed them out of the room and said, "You're kidding me." If somebody had told me I would have been married and had 3 kids, I would have laughed, because that was never in my thing. When I was your age, I wanted to be CEO of, HP or, Chase Manhattan Bank. This was not at all. And I would choose to do nothing else but what I'm doing right now. So just because you start one place does not mean you cannot be somewhere else. All right? So let's talk about where we're going. So this journey today for the next 4 days, not counting what you have to do on Friday, is we're going to talk about spirit and mind today. Then we're going to talk about how do you get ideas and how do you identify opportunities for you that you can take advantage of or turn into businesses. Okay? We'll talk about how do we do that. Okay? Then I'm going to talk about the idea of building business models. So we're going to try to figure out how do I take that idea and turn it into something that figures out where your customers are, what do you need to have to support it, develop it so you have understanding of what is needed to turn an idea into a business. Then I'm going to spend a little time talking about business plans, what you actually have to do to write, how do you finance a business. And I will say that I am jealous of the amount of financing and opportunities we have to finance here versus what we have in the States. And I'll go over that. I did some research for that. And if we have time, I'd like to talk a little about family business and what does it mean to be in family business. I owned a family business. I worked with my wife. My kids worked with me. It's a different environment when you're working with your family. My daughter's into a family business, and I know my son-in-law, they meet every Wednesday and have conversations every Wednesday morning, and the grandson's there and he's being held and talked to, but they have intimate conversations about what they want to do with the business. All right, so let's take a look at this. All right, so today I'm going the wrong way, sorry. So today, when we talk about this journey, I want to talk about, first of all, the biggest elephant in the room, which is failure. What do you do when you fail? And if you don't think you're failing, I'm going to show you, great entrepreneurs that we see in America have failed in their business. So my daughter's father failed in the first one he did. The second one has been phenomenal. So love that. I want to talk about fundamental areas of concern or fundamental areas of entrepreneurship, things entrepreneurs worry about or things that need to be there as a fundamental way for you to strive forward. Once we're done with that, I'm going to have you do an exercise that's in the packet to figure out where you currently are. Where's your mindset? Are you fixed or are you growth? That's out of a lady by the name of DeWick. And it at least says where you are. Doesn't mean you can't go from one to the other. And last, I want you to think about how you're going to write what we call a how and why and what. And the reason I'm bringing that up is, as entrepreneurs, you have to have something that pushes you forward more than it's just got to be about making money. If it was all about my income level, there's a lot of stuff I wouldn't be doing that I have enjoyed doing. Traveling overseas and volunteering to do consulting would not be in there if I was. So you need something that's going to push you more than just generating revenue. All right, so we'll land up with that. So let's talk about the elephant in the room, failure. So I need to know from your perspective, because I don't know much about your culture, how is failure, if you were to start a business, how is failure viewed here in India? And I'll tell you why I'm asking. I was at a conference called USASB, which stands for the United States Association of Small Business and Entrepreneurship. I went to a presentation on a paper at 8 in the morning. This lady gets up in front of the group and says, "We teach all these kids about entrepreneurship and nobody wants to start businesses." And this is Europe. And I'm thinking, that seems really strange. They're European. They should want to start businesses. Didn't say anything. I go to the next one at 10 o'clock because they're about 2 hours apart. Another lady from France comes in and says almost the exact same thing. And I'm like, wait a minute, this just seems really weird to me. So by the time we get to around 1:30 and I'm seeing the third one, this nice lady comes in from Norway. She gets up to do a presentation, and I hear the same thing. And I kind of raise my hand and go, excuse me for being the naive American, but why is it none of your students want to, do entrepreneurship? You have the classes, you get the... And I turned out to find out that in Europe, by the way, if you fail in business, you get blackballed. You won't get money. Nobody wants to talk to you. And they look at you with shame and say, you failed. And for me, as an American, because we take entrepreneurship very seriously, we have a problem. You failed. Great. You got some more money? Please start another business. Have at it. So I want to know from your perspective, what if you failed in business, what does that mean here in India to you? The explanation? Yes, please. Morning.
I would like to answer your point of view.
Please.
When we fail at some business, we try to compare the losses, trace the loss, start another,
Okay.
other opportunities. In India, we mostly focus for traditional businesses.
Okay.
Like shops.
Mm-hmm.
Traditional shops like shops for means packaging, mostly common shops. Traditional way of doing business. If we fail at some business, we try to look out another choice to make same kind of business.
Okay.
We take investment from our home, family members, and then do same kind of business. Failure is not the thing that stops us, or we have to look for job. Some mostly people in India are middle aged, like above 35 to 40. If they fail at something, they try to look for a secure option.
Okay.
Let us I have to feed my family.
Okay.
So I have to look for a secure option. I can do a job better than a business if I fail at a business.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask the question a different way. But let's say you started a business and you failed in the business. Is there any stigma attached to that failure in your business?
No, not kind of. In local areas, it's like small town areas, there is no sort of things. But in mostly metropolitan cities like Bangalore or Delhi, there is a mindset. You fail in this business. So what's the up plan now? What you are going to do?
So they look for the next step, or the what are you doing for an encore?
They ask what you will do further.
Okay.
Whether we should provide you funds. They have greater ideas for doing such businesses.
Okay.
But mostly they offer a secure option.
Okay. Does that sound pretty good? Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Well, and I'm glad your mindset here and how you deal with failure is very similar to the United States. Because in my research coming here, I got a chance to see you have lots of opportunities to start businesses. Prime Minister Modi is very adamant about people starting businesses. You have close to 1 billion people that have got to be working, got to be earning a living, and you're the next generation. And as I've always said to my students, the next generation is what pushes change. You will push change. Us older people, we don't like change. You will push change because that's what your generation does. My generation did it to my parents. My parents were happy about it, but we push change. And change creates new businesses, new opportunities, new ideas. Not always positive, all right? So when we talk about, failure, realize there's no permanent failures. There's setbacks in entrepreneurship. Even if you have a successful business, there will be challenges. There will be setbacks. Things won't always be exactly what you want, all right? My son-in-law is facing this right now with the business he owns, and he asked me, I saw him the other day, and he said to me, can you tell me, how do I attract some customers? He's got a website, he's got, a person out there doing calling, but nobody seems to want to come and sell it, and everybody's interested in his product. That's the interesting part. Everybody shows this to him, they love his product, but he can't seem to call them back at a time so they can demonstrate the product one-on-one, and that's a problem for him. So I did some research for my classes and bought him some ideas, and I'll ask him about 3-4 weeks from now what he thinks, all right? Let's see, what else? We also get to learn from failure. My kids will tell you that when they end up in trouble or they fail, first thing I tell them is put your big girl pants on, your big boy pants on, brush yourself up, and get back out there and work. Because they're going to face adversity. It comes along with the territory, and entrepreneurs face it readily. Okay, so don't use failure, learn from it, move on. Don't make the same mistake twice. Okay, and then you've got to recover. You guys are young enough. You guys get to recover. I don't know if I can recover as easy. I'm older. I'm heading towards retirement, but when I was younger, easier to recover. I can make up the money. So better that you fail now versus later, and hopefully you learn from that. all right? But just to show you that you would not be alone, I looked up some of the top entrepreneurs in the United States. Mark Cuban, who shows up on Shark Tank in the United States, invested, I think, $26 million in different ventures, and he failed in his first business, Powered Milk, but now he owns multiple businesses. He's the owner of the Dallas Mavericks in the United States. He owns a basketball team. He's got this huge software company, but he failed in his first business out of college. Who else did he run into? Vera Wang, she's a clothes designer. Her business, which was on the Olympic figure skating team, she failed to make the Olympic skating team. And yet, she's one of the most renowned fashion designers today. What else? Milton Hershey. Here's a guy who I love Hershey candy. I didn't realize till I looked this up that he actually failed in his first first candy. Today, he's world-renowned known. He's got a whole city devoted in Pennsylvania to Hershey chocolate. So if a guy that is that large can fail in that, I suspect that he recovered pretty well. Peter Thiel failed at Clarium Capital, which is a hedge fund. He's the one who founded PayPal. And last but not least, Thomas Edison failed multiple times before he created the light bulb. I think the number they calculated was 1,100 different tries and combinations before he ever got a light bulb that actually worked. So if he can do it 1,100 times, you can do 3 or 4. Okay? You wouldn't be alone, I guess is what I'm saying to you. You'd be in great company. Even Walt Disney has failed. His first company went belly up, and yet he's got one of the most largest parks today associated with ABC and stuff like that. So just keep in mind, you wouldn't be alone if it happened. All right? So let's talk about fundamental areas, and I'm going to ask you at the end, which one of these areas concerns you most as an entrepreneur? Which one gives you kind of the one that would keep you up at night and go, that's the one I'm concerned about? All right? And I'll share mine after owning a business. All right? So first one, risk. Risk is you're giving up the possibility of loss for potential gain. Every entrepreneur knows this going in. You have a potential to lose. But I'm interested in the gain. I'm interested in creating something that's never been created before. Okay? Second, what about, where's my thing? Leadership. Are you concerned about you being a leader? Because at some point, you're probably going to hire people. You are going to have to lead them. And sometimes you wonder if you have the skills necessary to be a leader. Leadership is a skill that can be learned. We're not all born to be leaders. Some people have used leadership for the wrong things. So does leadership concern you? What about vision? Do you have a vision for you as an entrepreneur? A vision for your business? So don't be surprised if I don't ask you, where do you see the business going? What do you see the business doing in 5, 10, 15, 20 years? How big do you expect it to be? I tend to ask questions like that, because I want you to see that's part of developing that vision, that future view of what you're doing. Pioneer innovation. There's always the advance. You come up with the first idea. My second question is, what are you doing for an encore? Because that first idea will get you apart. What are you going to do next? What's the next stage? Is it a new product offering? Are you going to go to another country? You're going to try to develop a new market. The question becomes is, what will you do? That innovation. We're going to talk a little about how do you innovate? How do you create? Okay? First 4. Let's see. What else I got? Obstacles. How are you going to handle the obstacles? What are you going to do if something stands in your way, messes with your goals? You're going to do what the Marines do? Go over, under, around it. That's the Marines way. Nothing stands in their way. They will figure out how to either go under it, over it, around it. They'll figure out some way to get where they need to. Whatever the goal is, that's where they go. Okay? Let's see. Change. Are you somebody who likes adjusting to change? My generation, I may be the exception to the rule, but I know my parents hated change. I saw my father get in his 50s and 60s, like, yeah, not so much. Me, I've learned to deal with change. It's been something that has been in my lifetime forever, so I'm good with change. But again, what do you do if you got a new set of circumstances? What do you do? Your competitor decides to do something you have never seen before. How do you respond to that? Yeah, those are good questions. Let's see, what else have I got? Failure, we talked about. Right. Oh, we're back. What about work? Are you somebody who wants to work hard? Entrepreneurs usually put lots of hours in. I'd love to tell you you're going to have a 9-to-5 job as an entrepreneur, but I don't know of an entrepreneur that has a 9-to-5 job. They tend to work because that's what they know how to do, and they're interested in what they're doing. They're focused, so that when they get focused, that's what they do. They work. My son-in-law will work at very odd times during the day. He does take breaks, but when he's working, he's working. He's either writing program, or he's talking to customers, or he's talking to programmers. So he's doing that. His father, same thing. If he's not working in the business, he's working on the business. Right now, he's working a lot more on the business and where he wants to go with that. All right? All right, last 4. Come on. Where's my thing? Here it is. Creativity. Do you have an issue with creativity? Are you somebody who's not creative? Find people who are. I'm not on the creative side. Language is an issue for me. I don't paint. My paintings are mountains. That's as far as you get. Where my wife speaks 4 languages. I'm amazed with her. She knows how to speak 4 languages. But creativity. You can be very creative, and you may not be. But you may need somebody who offsets that for you. All right? But the question is, how do you do that? All right? What about status quo? Are you somebody who likes the status quo, or are you somebody who doesn't like it? If you don't like the status quo, are you willing to change the status quo? We didn't get the internet by accident. We got it because a bunch of people pushed the envelope, and once it was signed into law, you can see where we started. I grew up with the internet when it was dial-up. You picked up a phone, and you got these funky noises over it, and you hung it up on this thing called a modem. And again, if somebody had told me in 1992 when we signed that into law, given what I knew about it, I would have never guessed all the things we've got. It amazes me today. So the other thing I will tell you is be amazed with what you'll see in your generation. Because you here, United States, Europe, are going to do phenomenal things that I probably could only dream of. And so today we have self-driving cars, which we thought was a dream back when I was growing up. So always keep in mind, push the status quo is what I would tell you. What else? Selling. So I will lead the discussion we're going to have in a few minutes and tell you my biggest issue, by the way, as an entrepreneur, that's it, selling. If you want to send me customers, and I can talk to customers, if I got to go out and cold call somebody, that is not my area. You need somebody else. I've tried it. Don't like it. It's just not how I'm built. So here's how you can tell if you're a good salesperson. And I have a cousin who sells for a living. And surprisingly enough, what he first did in college was he was an educator. He wanted to go in and teach business is what he wanted to do. So my cousin and I, not drink a lot, my cousin and I went to a bar one night, late at night, or 1 o'clock in the morning. But here's what my cousin does. This is how I knew he was going to be a salesman. We're standing at the bar one night, and he says to me, the whole thing is, see the lady over cleaning, the girl's cleaning the table over there? I go, yeah. He says, I bet you I can get her number in less than 5 minutes. And I'm like, really? 5 minutes? He goes, yeah. He came back with her number in 3 minutes. And I said to him, I said, you're going to make a great salesperson one day. Because he had no problem walking up and talking to somebody. I don't mind this environment. I don't mind the one-on-one, but the idea I got to sell something to you, not so much. So that's my biggest concern. If I was in a company, I have to hire somebody who's much better at sales than I am. And I don't have a problem selling the company, but selling a product, even while I teach marketing, I'm not much of a salesperson. I can do it like it, okay? And the last one, call it concern, self-determination. Are you somebody who has relentless willpower to make things happen? And most entrepreneurs want to make things happen, okay? So, thinking of those 12 things, which one of these areas is your biggest concern, and why is it your biggest concern? I shared mine, which is selling. So what is your biggest concern of the 12 we just did? Is that? Anyway. Status quo. Why? Do you find having to change the status quo is difficult? Do you find moving the status quo difficult to do? Okay. I got you. It's moving the other people out of the status quo. Okay, I'll buy into that. That can be difficult. Leadership skills, though. Not saying it's hard. Not saying it's easy, but with some good skills. Yes, takes time. Yeah, if you plan well. Anybody else? Different one. Yes.
Creativity.
Why creativeness?
Because if I develop some product and to develop the product, then I might not be that creative. So it
Okay.
hampers of my mind, and I will not be able to create something new that I have created before. So
Okay.
that's the big concern.
All right. I think the first idea is easy. It's the repeated idea that I got to keep doing it. That makes it hard for me. So I would agree. Now beyond selling, my next one would have to be creativity, innovation. Because the second part, the old kind of thing, and that takes me a while. I'm good when I'm working with other people, not so good on my own. And when I owned my business with my wife, I tried looking at 3 or 4 different things. None of it really wanted to work. I couldn't find something that would work for us. So keep in mind, I would agree there. Innovation. Anybody else? What ones we got? And I'm not trying to ignore the people in the back, please. Okay. I would agree with that. And the setting vision and a good mission. So everybody kind of congeals around that. And that will happen in some ways, for most, it happens organically. Trust have worked for him for 30 years, and they have never left. And it's not like they couldn't get out better jobs. These guys all got phenomenal resumes, done phenomenal things. But you know what? He's created a culture they don't want to leave. He makes it so they want to work there, and they work with him, and they trust him. So when building trust, building confidence, and building a mission, hence the how, why, and what that we're going to talk about, people will buy into why you do stuff more than they will the what and the how. They will buy the why. And I'll talk about Apple because their why is very unique. What else we got? Anybody else? Any other concerns? Yes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, and then I'll go here.
The biggest concern for being an entrepreneur is risk.
Risk.
Will be as same skills like others, like leadership, creativity. These are all the question marks for an entrepreneur. So the biggest concern from my point of view is risk.
I agree. And so if knowing you're lacking some skills as an entrepreneur, find people who can benefit from that. So I'll give you an example. So my wife and I went in to own our smoothie place, and it was no big business. It was a franchise. But what made it work when I applied to the bank for the financing was that when I went to the bank, said, me, bought the business background. I was the guy who bought the accounting. I understood the taxes. I filed the paperwork to make it a legal structure. I was there to do the ordering. My wife bought the food service side. So she understood all about cleanliness. She understood about cleaning, and she was and she was the one who ran the day-to-day operation. So I didn't have to worry about that. So I found with my wife, we were like this, and I didn't step into her area. She didn't step into mine unless she needed to. So keep in mind, I agree with you. So if that's a concern for you, and you say to them, I got this big hole over here that I'm concerned about, find somebody who can balance you out in that area. Yeah. Who else do we have? Yes.
Another concern can be obstacles.
Okay. Why?
It can be physical barriers.
Okay.
Financial barriers.
Yes.
So I find that.
Okay. Obstacles are one of the other things you're going to have to deal with as entrepreneurs. You're not going to be able to get around that. I'd love to say that you could easily, all obstacles disappear, but they don't. Sometimes you have to deal with an obstacle for a while until you can figure out. And we'll talk about how do you get around some of those? How do you deal with them? And don't think that as a professor I don't face obstacles. Even in teaching I face obstacles. Sometimes I just gotta what I call sleep on stuff, and I'm thinking stuff through. Now, and if I can't have an answer now, I get upset, and then I have to realize, okay, maybe I just need to sleep on it. And a lot of times, giving your mind a chance to work through it, it'll work through things for you. You'll have a better answer the next day or 2 days. Sometimes it can answer a week from now. It's something I had to practice for a very long time. All right? So those are all good things. So keep in mind, those are the oh, please.
Leadership.
Why leadership?
Leadership can tackle all the issues and failures.
Okay.
Because leadership is the main quality of decision making.
Correct.
Decision making will solve all the these issues, failure issues, selling issues, or anything.
I would agree with you. And so if that's an area you find that's a concern for you or you find you're weak in it, develop those skills. And realize, I heard Simon Sinek was interviewing a person who does leadership, and the gentleman when he was interviewing said to him, he says, leadership is practice day in and day out. You don't stop learning leadership. People who are learners of leadership practice day in, day out. They're reading about it. They're reading stuff about it. And I do. I read stuff by Simon Sinek. I find people I trust, and I listen to what they tell me. I look for things that go. So leadership is these qualities. And I've got a book in my office called The Handbook of Leadership by Bass and Avolio. And it turns out my colleague actually took classes from these gentlemen. But I came to them and I said, I got this book. And it turns out they studied every dimension. Height, weight, eye color, skin color, you name it. And it turns out that I don't think we know as much about leadership, or even when we were done with that, they know everything about leadership. So I think leadership is something that's learned. It's a skill you can develop. And it's just going to take you time. And you just keep practicing it. All right? Yeah. So you're asking me what I think is number one leadership quality? With artificial intelligence? All right, repeat your question. So I'm sorry, it's probably me, not you. Too much of the earbuds in the ear. So repeat your question again about leadership or your point.
She's saying leadership quality.
Yep.
So my thing is the positive leadership. We can
Oh, correct. So yeah, you're reiterating it. Yep. Agree with you. Yeah, it's definitely something that can be learned. And most leaders are developed over time. They don't born a leader, developed over time, and everybody can develop those skills. Find some people you follow, you'll learn, and you'll make mistakes. Leaders make mistakes too. They're not perfect. I've seen some stuff. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't seem like something I want to do. And there's people I wouldn't work for. So don't think, there's leaders I wouldn't work for. So keep that in mind. All right, so let's talk about mindset for a second, because I'm going to find out where you, do you have one? Come in. Go ahead. What's that? Oh. Okay. And that wasn't even on my list. And realize it's not just you. It's the United States has that same problem. There was an article put out. Article was put out, I think, just before I came, about a month before I came, and they were saying they will not hire Gen Z workers. In fact, companies have been firing Gen Z workers because they look and go, they don't want to work. And I'm thinking, really? I don't know if it's that they don't work, or companies have gotten so used to my type of work ethic that they're like, they can't deal with it. They're going to have to change. Your generation is going to come in with a different mindset and a different work ethic, and they're going to have to adapt. They're too used to my work ethic, and as I exit the work field, you're going to be the next generation. They're going to have to find a way to work for you. I'm one of those people that has no problem working with, bringing in different things. We have different learning, capabilities. We have different speeds at which people work. And I saw this in when I was doing training at Chase. I had guys that were training. We did all the training for like 4 months, and then at the end, I had to do 3 desks, of which I had to pass 2 out of 3. I watched guys work. They would come in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but they would work till 3 o'clock in the morning. I was a guy who went into work at 7 o'clock in the morning, and I worked till 11 o'clock at night, because we had literally like 1 week to produce an 11-page report that had analysis and spreadsheets and all this. But there were 25 of us, and we all worked different hours. I would see them at different times of the day. It varied. And so I'm one of those people that, show me what you got and do your job, and I'll judge on whether you got your job done. I'm not judging whether you're there at 8 o'clock in the morning. If you come in at 8:30, I'm okay with 8:30. Are you doing your job? And I think companies are going to have to adapt to that, whether it's here in the United States, and I know in the United States are having problems with this. I keep reading stories about people having trouble with this, and I'm like, why are you having trouble with this? It's, especially post-COVID, it's created some problems. Different view. And I think that adjusted, it opened my eyes. It changed I think a lot of people got changed by what COVID was. Important. Doesn't matter whether I come in at 8 or 8:30. To me, I remain flexible. You got a lot of good employees out there. So I'm not sure they're right in firing Gen Z. But, we'll keep talking. But I agree with you. I think the consistency workers, you got to, hire the right people is what I would tell you to do. And that's sometimes hard, finding the right people. So yeah, I agree with you. I didn't even think about that because I wasn't even on my list, but that's a good point. All right, so let's talk about mindset for a second. So a mindset and there's lots of definitions, but this is the one I'm going to work with. Mindset is your set of your beliefs that you hold, all right, which influences your convictions, how you make decisions, and ultimately drives the direction of your life. So I have certain beliefs. I'll tell you at the top of my list, one of the mindsets I have is I hold my integrity above all else. I will not sell you my integrity. You cannot buy my integrity. That is not happening. It's one of the reasons I don't run for politics. I'd have to sell it out, and I'm not willing to do that. All right? So that is a belief that nobody can change for me. I've held that since I was 20. I will not give that up, and I will take that to my grave. That I will hold my integrity till the day I die, and that is not to be sold. And I don't care if it's my kids. I don't care if it's my wife. I will not give you my integrity. So for me, that's a mindset. That happens to work well for me, but there are other mindsets. Now the question is my mindset of having integrity, is that fixed or is that growth? I see it as growth for me. I see it as an underlying belief I have. Does that mean it can't change? Yeah, I've got some adjustments for that. I've had some adjustments over time. All right? So here's what we're going to do. Come on, change. There we go. All right, so here's what we're going to do. So we need to hand out the packets. All right, on the first page, or after the first page here, you'll see there's a series of questions. Let's see, there are 30 questions. And all I want you to do is answer yes or no to these questions. Just check a box, yes or no. I'll tell you how to rate it when we're done. All right, so let's send some of these back. Yep, we'll distribute. So, oh, that's good. I'll do some. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 5. You got more? Send them back. Each person. What do you got there? There's 5. Keep these with you because you're going to need them all week. You got more? I got more if you need them. Are we good here? You got more? You need more? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed. Anybody missing one? Oh, please take whatever you need. So take about the next 10, 15 minutes. Answer yes or no honestly, and we'll talk about how to score it. And this will give us an idea where we're at. Good morning. How are you? Nice to see you. Put this up so I'm not talking. If you need pens, I have pens. Yeah, if you got pens, you need pencils? Pens? I got pens. I carry a whole bunch of them with me. Got a whole bunch of activities for you guys to do. Oh, you're gonna fill all that stuff out before we're done. Thank you for the help. I appreciate it. You're looking much more dressed up. I'm impressed. I'm liking the professionalism. I like that though. It's a nice college uniform. Our students come dressed even less than me. They're coming dressed in PJs.
Are you really feeling hot right over here?
What's that?
Are you feeling hot yourself?
No. Hold on. It's a side effect of the medicine I'm taking. So I get hot flashes and cold sweats, and they come and go. So you may not see this again until like 6 o'clock at night. So not you guys. You're fine. So don't make the room cold on my occasion. It's just you'll see me. This will go away in about 10 minutes. So remember I was talking about prostate cancer? It's one of the medicines I take. Side effect is, and it turns out, by the way, if men or women take it, it's the exact same for both of them. It does not matter. I found out the other day. I thought it was just dead.
I have one more request. Will it be okay if you just speak a bit?
Yes, I can do that. Thank you. Good. Good. Just a little slower? All right, I can do that. And we'll get better at this. I'm probably a little fast because I'm starting a little late. Okay? So.
So you have to be in white formal at least, right? So you don't deserve to be a participant for this course. I will be calling you not be allowed.
Oh, yes.
ठीक है आज तो आप अंदर आ गए हो
Yes, sir.
ऑलरेडी होगा एक चीज का and no late करो.
Yes, they were just telling me the same thing. So.
Going with the flow, but sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, I will. Yeah, and again, all you have to do is tell me to do this, and I'll slow down. It's kind of my signal. So in real time, I'd like to do it in real time. I will. I'll see what I can do.
You go with the flow. That's fine.
Yeah, we can do it. No, I'm glad they're paying attention. I'm glad they're keeping up. But yes, I will see what I can do about slowing down. No, thank you. I appreciate it. No, thank you. Appreciate it. And you teach? What do you teach?
I teach marketing.
Oh, perfect. Oh, we should talk about marketing. I'm teaching that this semester. No, it's good. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Good. Perfect. I'm glad everyone knows that. Right on schedule. And I'm glad the late start did not deter what I'm going to do. What's that? Water? I will always take water. Oh no, I have that, but I'll take. Yeah, I'll take that. Is it for me or is it for the rest? Oh yeah, you put it right here. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. No, I hot water. I usually I'm trying to be good about not taking plastic water bottles. Sorry, I'm trying to be. I'm really conscious. This will go. No, this will be good. Is she cheating on a question? No. What's that? All you want to do is answer the question, checking yes or checking no. That's all you got to do right at this point. No, not yet. Not yet. So just do this. Yep. You can do that later. Yep. Just answer the question yes or no, and then I'll tell you what points you do. That's moving the next thing. And then we'll total them up, and we'll see where you at least are at the moment. Okay? So just check yes or no. Oh, gotcha. What's that? No, they can skip the first part. I just wanted to answer the questions. Yep. Yep. Correct. We'll go back. We'll go back to that. Yeah. Yeah. Just answer the mindset. Yes or no. That's all you got to do. Check box. And we'll get to all the rest of those as we're moving along. Yep. So just check her yes or no to each of the questions, and then I'll show you how to grade it, as I say, or points. I don't want to use the word grading. Grading's terrible. I shouldn't be using that. Yes. What's that?
Shall we ask them to fill it up?
Yes. Not the first page. Just have them answer. Just have them do the yes, no.
Yes.
And then I'll tell them how to put the points in there. Okay. So just answer. Yep. Those 2 pages. Everything else. Yep. The packet is for the next 4 days. So we're doing about 1 or 2 of these a day.
Only yes or no.
Just check. So look at the question and say yes you agree or no you don't. That's all you got to do. And I'll tell you how to. Excuse me, I'm running fast. So check yes, check no. Points for it. Okay. Okay. No problem. I'm probably talking a little fast. Apologize. What you got?
Explain them an example. I prefer to follow short schemes for
Make the decisions. Make a decision.
decisions.
Yeah. So you're the person who wants to tell people what to do. You call the shots. You're the final decision maker.
Okay, you call the people
Right.
in the
So-
workplace and delegate them.
Correct. Or you're kind of telling them what to do. So you're not a delegator.
So shorts means people.
Yes. Shots would I say would be decision. So shot would be decision. You want me to go through each question?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They are not getting the meaning of
Okay.
shorts.
All right. So where's my thing? All right. Where'd it go? Where's my thing here? Yeah, it is. I know. Where is it? There it is. Okay. All right. So the word shots means decision. So it says here you prefer to make decisions is what it's basically saying to you. So question 2 is asking are you the one who prefers to make all the decisions? In America we call calling the shots. You make all the decisions. You're not willing to delegate. So either you agree or you disagree with that. Okay. What other ones do you have? The other ones? Comfort, security, title, serves as motivation for me to get right. That's one of those ones. Speaking English. The translation. We're getting there. Get there. Other ones are not complicated. So this is probably the most complicated I have them doing. What other ones? Do we have any other ones that they need translated? Do we have any other ones that translated or don't understand? Are there any other sentences they don't understand?
Yeah.
What other ones we have? Okay. All right. Yep. Because when I read this, it makes all sense to me. That's why.
Wherever you are having a problem now, in understanding, please, so here is सबको समझ में आएगा.
What's up? All right, so I have a question on 24 where you were talking about blazing trails. That means you like to create innovation. You like to move things forward. You like to create unique opportunities is another way to look at it. But your blazing trails means you want to be first doing it. Is a good way to look at it. Any other ones? Let's try to see how this works. Just doing this.
Is it necessary to compare job and entrepreneurship together in point number 11?
Number 11.
Point number 11.
So, are you somebody who wants corporate life, get promotions, or you disagree and want to be an entrepreneur? That's kind of.
I don't want to work 9 to 5 to
So then you would probably say no to that. Nope. So you were interpreting that correctly. Think of so on that one. Do you like working with rules? If you don't like working with rules, that's what that's saying. You would disagree with that. So I can tell personal experience. Rules are not really good for me. I like flexibility. I like to do what I need to do to get the job done. Rules are important, but I don't want them running my life. Correct. My favorite saying you'll hear me say is find the balance. There's a balance in there between that and not having any. Okay, good. So the next one should be. All right. So far, yeah. Which one?
To this point column, what is it?
Oh, next. When I put the no, I'm gonna show them how to score it because when I put this together. Okay. Yeah. Well, what I can do is let me do the scoring. I'll put the scoring up there, and they can actually take a break and do the scoring. Then we'll go over what does the total points mean because there's an explanation for where you mean and stuff like that. So we'll take a break, and we can put the points to go with it. And I'll put it up there and explain how they do it. Take a break.
At what time we should take a break?
What time we got?
11:30.
And we're done at what? 12. We're done at 12, right? For lunch.
12 p.m. break.
Yeah. Well, no. You also said lunch was at 12, right? Or can we?
Lunch is at 1.
At 1.
Actually 1 o'clock.
Oh, 1 o'clock. Okay. So if it's at 1, yeah. why don't we do a short break? We'll do a short break. Let me do the scoring real quick. Let them take a break, do the scoring, kind of relax, and then I'll have them come back to tell the total.
आप बोले 3 बजे
Yeah.
फिर अपन जाके तो फिर 3 ब्रेक पर दुकान से
I want them to break up so that they can do it while they're kind of relaxing. All right. This is,
break at 11.
yeah, we'll do a break at 11. Hopefully, yeah. What time we got now?
It's 11:10.
Oh, we can have this done at the perfect time break. Perfect time break. Yeah.
11:30 we'll have a break.
Yeah, it should be perfect. 11:10 we should get to this. Yeah, we'll get this done, finish this up, and then we'll leave it. Then we got a little time after the break to do the next exercise. That's it. How we doing? Okay. Perfect. She's got hers done. Okay. Yeah, getting there. Yeah. We're getting there. Getting there slowly. Okay. Are you somebody who has to have permission to do stuff? To have to ask for permission. So, for example, are you somebody who goes, "I need permission to go to the bathroom," or do you just want to be able to go to the bathroom? You know what I mean? So sometimes, as parents, we make our kids do stuff. We have to ask permission. So, are you like that, or you didn't like that? You would answer no to that. You say, "No, I don't like having to ask for permission." I knew if I talk about it as a parent, it's much easier to understand. As parents, we do stuff that probably isn't good for us. We think at the time it's really good. Maybe it has long-term consequences. Keep that list. You're going to need it this afternoon. Yes. Which one? Oh, so you're somebody who likes to create your own path in life? You're going to create that path and don't follow somebody else. So blazing trails means you're going to create a new avenue for you to follow that nobody else has done. So are you somebody who wants to follow somebody else, or are you going to create a new path that's never been done? That's what blaze trails means. Yeah, I know. Very American English. Does that make sense? Does that make sense or no? No, is my explanation acceptable? Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. There we go. Give it about 5 more minutes. we doing? Good? Any questions? Yeah. Yeah. You ready? All right. Well, I'll get your score in a second. What you got? Oh, energy. Which one you got?
This means I actively blaze
Which one you got?
trails for others to
Oh, so blaze trail. Are you somebody who wants to follow somebody else's path, or are you going to create your own path? And you're going to be the person who's going to be first to create it. That's what blaze trails means. You're going to be the first to take that path. Nobody's going to do it, but you don't want to follow somebody else's. So most entrepreneurs create their own path. They don't want to follow somebody else's. What's that? Yes. So if that's the quality you admire, then you may be heading towards entrepreneurship. All right, we think we're close? All right.
So I hope you are enjoying this activity.
All right.
Obviously, you are understanding from the international perspective.
Okay.
Eventually, you will understand all such courses. This is a very basic course for beginners. Once you understand the accent, language, then it will be very easy for you to roam and to talk like and to take sessions like how Sun is singing.
Yes. Yes. All right, are we ready? All right, let's talk about scoring. 4 parts of the scoring. All right. So first one, for each odd question, all right, that you gave a yes to. So only the odd questions. 1, 3, 5, 7.
Let them do completely.
No, I'm just explaining it. So odd questions, where you answer yes, give yourself 1 point. So look at question 1. If you gave it a yes, you get 1 point. Right? If it's a no, you're going to give yourself 3 points. Okay, so for every yes gives you 1. For every odd question, 3. Oh, they haven't. Oh, okay. Well, they did. All right, I thought they were done. I thought they were done. I apologize. Finish up. So if you saw that, do the first 2. Yes. Okay. Well, so you can do the same thing. Every odd question. Every no gives you a 3. Every odd question, if you have a yes, gives you 1. So that would be a 1. This would be a 3. So just find all the odd questions. Okay? That'll give you the ones for the even in a second.
All of you, please pay attention. The scoring part, you don't have to bother about scoring right now. You just complete the test properly.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah. Don't bother about the marks. And Indian mindset is like they are more worried about how are they going to get good marks or not.
No, this is not about good marks. This has nothing to do with good marks. I don't even care what your test is. This is for you to determine where you're at right now.
I hope everyone has signed this sheet.
This is for you to
Students
decide.
attendance sheet कहाँ पे नहीं आई है? Please sign against your name only. Okay, no proxy signatures. Yeah.
Yes.
You have to discuss odd even
Yeah.
right now, please. You have to just
Right,
understand the
meaning you,
question. If you are not getting any question, please ask in the mic itself so that
You
everyone
like
will
doing
be
something,
understanding
so you
that
are
same
somebody who's
question.
energized by doing something. So
कोई
if you
चीज नहीं
thrive,
समझ में आ रही है तो प्लीज
somebody's
पूछो.
energized by what you're doing. So if you are, let's say, if you thrive in a project, that means you like working on the project. You means more of it. So thrive means you're gonna just do phenomenally well, and you already know that. So thriving is you're gonna do really, really well. Okay, does that make sense? Or does that make sense? Yes, you understand? Okay. You have every right to tell me if I don't make sense. I will find another way to explain it to you, right? So just because we're both speaking English does not mean we're both speaking American English. As I found out in traveling. Oh, I went to I thought they were speaking English. They're not speaking American.
What's the meaning
So
इसका?
you have every right to
Maintaining normalcy is how I like to live. Means what?
If you tell me that, I will explain stuff differently. Okay?
अरे तू टेंशन.
If I'm going too fast, same thing. Tell me to slow down.
See, please understand if you have failed, okay? Shh. Please pay attention. Again, I am telling you, आपको क्या समझा वो important है. आप सिर्फ right और wrong कर रहे हैं. It is not going to give you us the true result. Okay? So my job is here to interfere you and to ask you, and you have to explain that कि आपको क्या समझा. It can be right, it can be wrong. Okay?
Yeah.
So for
I'm not collecting
example, it just 27 number. Please see 27 number. Maintaining normalcy is how I like to live. Okay? आपको क्या समझ में आया इसका मतलब? Please explain in your language, yeah?
Normalcy. You don't want to be upset. You like the status quo. You don't like change.
Have a group discussion on one
Yes, what do you want? Yeah.
They will understand.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, you did explain we're not collecting this, right? Yeah, please make sure we're not collecting this. I'm not grading this.
लेवल नॉर्मल जो ट्रेडिशनल चल रहा है उसी को फॉलो कर सकते हैं. ऐसा कुछ न्यू नहीं करना है मेरे को लाइफ में.
Yep, pretty close. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah,
Okay.
that would work.
So okay, any query in first 5? Just check. हम लोग first 5 से start करेंगे. First number, I believe that taking big risk means that I will also lose big. समझ गया? नहीं, yes or no, I'm not asking. Have you understand the meaning? मतलब समझा सभी को? Okay. Second का मतलब समझ गया. I prefer to call the shots in the
If I had
workplace.
more time, I would have went through each question, but I didn't have.
Okay. Third is easy. Fourth is also easy, right? Fifth is easy. I need comfort and security to thrive in life. Okay. Arey, I'm not asking yes, no. I'm asking whether you have understood or not. Okay. 6 number, 7 number, easy. 8 number again easy. Uncertainty doesn't bother me and feels rather normal. Okay.
It was fine for me. I don't know
9,
what your
10,
problem is.
11, 12, all done. Okay.
Okay. Oh, that's fine.
Number 13, it is best to ask for permission and follow directions. 14, I feel stifled by structured work environment. Now the word stifled, I hope sir has explained it. Stifled means I get stuck. Okay. 15 number is easy. I prefer doing task and project without the pressure of sales quotas. Okay. 16 number, I leave the more work. 17, environment where I can play a supportive role. 18, I am known as a dreamer with big ideas. 10, 19, obstacles are barriers that have prevented me from living my dreams. 20, I forsake my comfort to have success on a regular basis. 21, failure has discouraged me to reach my goals on many occasions. I am not asking yes, no. Please keep your answers within yourself. Okay? 21. Clear है? All are on the same page. सबको सब समझ रहा है, वो important है, ना कि yes, no. वो वहाँ पे चुपचाप बैठ के हो गया बोले मेरा सब, I am done. Okay? अरे मैंने बोला क्या समझा वो तो बताओ, but they are not able to answer. So please create your own example, understand the situation. अपने आप को कोई सिचुएशन में रखो और फिर उसका आंसर करो. Everyone have their own experiences in life, right? So अपने एक्सपीरियंस के आधार पे you have to do right or wrong. Got it? 23 uncertainty. 23 done. Uncertainty makes me feel very uneasy. I actively place trails for others to follow. 24. चलो भी 24 नंबर इज हार्ड. कौन बताएगा इसका मीनिंग हिंदी में? यस, हिंदी, इंग्लिश, व्हाटएवर. या
राह दिखाना, दूसरों के लिए राह दिखाना. ब्लेज मतलब पुटिंग लाइट्स. हाँ, मतलब उनको गाइड, इन द सेंस गाइडिंग अदर्स फॉर डूइंग द वर्क. Blaze. The blaze.
Oh, blaze trail means you're going to create your own path.
Yes, sir.
That nobody, that you don't want to follow somebody else's path.
Yes.
You're going to create a new one, your own. Nobody else is going to borrow it from you. So it's unique.
You want to create your own path.
Your own path.
So that others can follow you. 25th, I prefer to have a job description that spells out clearly what my responsibilities are. समझा सभी को? 25 नंबर. गुड. 26, I enjoy creating opportunities for others. Yes, no, नहीं समझ गया मीनिंग, वो इंपॉर्टेंट. 28, I'd much rather ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. इसका मतलब क्या समझा आप लोगों को? 28 नंबर का मीनिंग क्या समझा? Yes.
Yes, permission. Yeah, I'm in the forgiveness area.
Yes,
I really this came from me. Should be teaching. I should own my
कि
own
हम
business.
हमने जो काम किया उसमें कुछ गलती वगैरह हुई तो हम माफ कर सकते हैं क्या वगैरह.
दिस इज रॉन्ग प्रेडिक्शन. जो आपने समझा वो नहीं है. 28 नंबर इसका मतलब यू आर नॉट गेटिंग. 28 नंबर किसको समझ में आया? नहीं समझ में आया तो पूछा भी नहीं किसी ने. Which? नहीं 13 I don't want to compare right now. First 28 का मीनिंग बताओ मुझे, क्या समझा?
I would much rather ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission. देख मैं भले परमिशन ना लेके कुछ काम कर लो, अगर गलत हो जाए तो फिर बाद में माफी मांग लो.
So see, कई बार हम होता है ना कि हम लोग परमिशन की राह देखते हैं. ओके, जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल इन्होंने विदाउट यूनिफॉर्म भी आ गए. ओके, एंड बाद में सॉरी मांग लिया. ओके, सो दिस इज अगर इफ यू बिलीव इन दैट, अदरवाइज एक्सक्यूज ही बना के रह जाते थे कि हमारे पास नहीं था और वॉट एवर. राइट? सो व्हाट डज इट मीन कि इट्स बेटर टू आस्क फॉर फॉरगिवनेस रेदर टू आस्क फॉर परमिशन. रात में 12 बजे पूछेंगे मैम को, परमिशन लेंगे और बोलेंगे हमने बहुत बड़ा काम किया, हमने परमिशन ली, तो इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू वर्क. समझा क्या? समझा? सभी को क्लियर हुआ? परमिशन मांगने से अच्छा है गलती कर लो, बाद में क्षमा मांग लेना, बट क्षमा मांगना इंपॉर्टेंट है. ओके, 29 number clear? 30 number clear? Yes. Okay.
All right.
How many questions?
Just that.
Okay, so that is
That's
30.
it. I'll put this up here. You want this back? All right. Okay.
So now 10 minutes you can have your break. You can go out, but then come back again after the 10 minutes.
Yep. 10 minutes.
It's
10 minutes.
11:30 right now. 11:40 you will be here.
Perfect.
You have to be here. Yes.
Perfect. Explanation, then we do it how and why. What's up?
My friend have brought something Indian breakfast sweet. It's very sweet and they want to share it.
Did I try this yesterday?
No. This should be just saw yesterday, the laddu session.
But this looks like something I tried just
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
I know.
You
Just saying.
taste it and then you can say.
Oh, Mike and this.
Yeah. Does it
It tastes like cookie dough. Mike and
वो पेड़े को भी कुछ तो ही बोलते हैं. हाँ, कुछ कैसे पेड़ा खिलाया है.
I like this. Very Middle Eastern too. It's good. I like this. Very good.
क्योंकि लड्डू बांधने के लिए नहीं आता
really do have good sweets here. Oh yes, please.
Something about
Please.
Firstly, I would like to present my condolences to the fire in LA.
No problem. No, no, I got time. I'll be glad to talk. What would you like?
How the government is taking action to the fire. Right. So how they're handling it, how we can compare the comparative losses that are happening due to LA fire.
And so casualties where?
LA fire, Los Angeles.
Oh, Los Angeles. So I called a friend of mine who lives in California. And I think right now the casualties in California, I think we've had 20 people reported dead. My guess would be that they were protecting their home and trying to be firefighters instead of leaving. The hard part about it is that's not under control for the wildfires. That's the problem for us in California. And I'm pretty sure they will not be the only place as we head into summer that will be dealing with wildfires. Would not presume if it doesn't move from California to Texas could be there. I'm thinking Northwest could be Oregon, Washington State, because we have massive forests. The problem with us is California gets rain at very specific times, very much like we have a rain season. And once that goes, they get all this dry weather, climate change. And so
They are deciding menu card for you. What to offer you. Indeed, yes. You are very free.
Again, I can do some spice. I can't. Some of I want. Well, I had a laugh because when I got there the first night at the hotel, I was going to order chicken marsala. You have to understand, chicken marsala in the United States is it's flavorful, but it's not spicy. So I said to the maitre d', I go, chicken marsala. He goes, oh no. He says, you don't want that. I go, why? He goes, very hot. I said, oh, don't give me that. He recommended something I can have, but yes, I can do some spice. The problem is you guys don't. You guys either have no spice or nothing.
Okay, so I hope you are getting like अब समझ में आ रहा है धीरे धीरे क्या है हम लोग क्यों यहाँ पे है we are here to understand whether we all can become entrepreneur, right? Of course, we all can become if we get the right mentorship like sir. Okay, so this is given this scholarship given to him so that he get right training. Okay, जो हमें opportunity miss है. Okay, इनफॉर्मल तरीके से लोग चलते आ रहे हैं हर चीज में नो जो बोलते हैं ना जुगाड़ फंडा जुगाड़ कर लेंगे घुस जाएंगे लेट है तो लेट है एवरीथिंग हमारे अप्रोच है चलता है अप्रोच चलता है हर चीज चलती है हमें ओके तो वो अगर हम लोग हटाएंगे और धीरे धीरे थोड़ा स्टैंडर्ड की तरफ आएंगे इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड से एटलीस्ट थोड़ा ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड प्रैक्टिस करेंगे तो जो लोकल स्टैंडर्ड्स है ना वो थोड़ा हम लोग को मिनिमाइज करना है और लोकल स्टैंडर्ड्स क्या है हम लोगों का जलगांव का कि हम लोग शेयर है यस और नो हम जो कर रहे हैं वो सही कर रहे हैं हम जो बिजनेस कर रहे हैं वो सही तरीके से कर रहे हैं एंड वी रियलाइज इट लेटर ऑन एट द एज ऑफ 50-60 जब हमें जाके लोगों को कंसल्टिंग देनी होती है तब हमें रियलाइज होता है कि अरे वी हैव नॉट डन एनीथिंग इन लाइफ टिल नाउ ओके सो यू आर वेरी फॉर्चुनेट अगेन आई एम टेलिंग यू एट द राइट एज यू आर गेटिंग द राइट सीड्स ओके ये सीड्स आप में कल्टीवेट हो जाएंगे जैसे यू नो अभी संक्रांति में नया हार्वेस्ट कल्टीवेट होता है राइट तो उस तरीके से राइट सीड्स अगर हो गए देन यू विल बी इन द राइट डायरेक्शन गॉट इट सो टेक इट वेरी सीरियसली अंडरस्टैंड ऑल द थिंग्स एंड सिर्फ अंडरस्टैंड नहीं करना है फॉलो करना है राइट सो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी अगेन जो भी लोग मॉर्निंग में टाइम से आए दे आई वी रियली अप्रिशिएट देयर एफर्ट्स फॉर बीइंग हियर एंड अंडरस्टैंडिंग द यू नो इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ दिस कोर्स गॉट इट So I'm giving to sir back to you. Sir.
Okay, no problem. So, you know, take advantage. I'd love to have conversations with you. Please find me. I want to talk about your businesses, your ideas, see if we can turn around. I had a student come to my hotel room last night. We had a long conversation about his business. So I'm open to that. Please come find me here or at my hotel. I'm more than happy to have that conversation. All right, let's start with the scoring. Are we ready? All right, so odd questions. If you have a yes on an odd question, you get a 1. If it's a no, you get 3 points. All right, so do the odd questions first. All odd questions. Okay, so then here's the opposite. You're going to have the opposite problem. So for even questions, if you get a yes, it's 4. Even question and you gave it a no, you get 1 point. All right, so figure out the points for each question. And when you're done and you have your points done, total them up. And then I will tell you what the total means. All right, so the first question, you have a no. So on that question, you would get 3. So that would give you 3 points. So the first one gives you 3. Odd question, no gives you 3 points. So put a 3 there. Okay. There you go, he's got it. I think the most you have is like 85, so as long as you're below 85, you should be fine. Yeah.
5 left. We'll start the next one. What's in the back? Oh, yeah. No, they'll be good. I'll wait for them to finish. I figure I'll sit in the back. I'm really, when I'm going to meetings, I'm a bad student when I'm going to meetings. I'm only sitting in the front if I'm paying for the class or I'm teaching class. Yeah, no, this is great. I really am loving this. This is probably the largest class I've ever taught. Yeah. So. Oh. Yeah. In the U.S., the largest class I taught was 48 at Syracuse University. I haven't taught one like that at Morrisville. Most of my classes are 30 or less, which we have smaller classes there. So this is really large for me. Oh, I love the small classes. And with a lot of the classes I teach, I've got them doing stuff like this in class all the time. I do small amount of lecture, we do work. Small amount of lecture, we do work. Or I've got them, or I'm lecturing as we're moving along to explain stuff. So. Yes. Yeah. And at some point they have to demonstrate what we're doing. So at some point I want to prove it. Oh no, I appreciate it. Don't mind me. Yeah, that's fine. I figured I sit in the back. This is good. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I think a lot of what they have to realize is this is really personal to them. I don't have any influence over this. This is really just to figure out where they're at. The next one is tough. Point-wise, it's just where you're at. They may have it into a class that they're taking from you, and all of a sudden that what was a low score, which says you really should work for somebody else, all of a sudden becomes this score. All of a sudden that shifts that. So everyone because it's something you said in a class, and they don't realize that interaction you're having in a class with them can move them in a different direction. I've been moved in different directions because I run into people that have said to me, you really should be doing this. And then I mull it over, like, I never thought about that. And that's, I ended up going back to college because somebody, came to me and said, you're not in the right place. I taught college because one of my professors came to me and said, you make a great teacher. That it wasn't something I was looking to do. But you know what? I was glad that I did it because I would choose to do nothing else today. And one of the things when I decided to become a professor, one of the things I said to my wife is I said, I've had a part-time teaching job at every place I've ever gone while I was working full-time. I always taught. I always say it's waves, question, things that occur. So, they don't realize having a conversation. Oh yeah. Right now, they don't even realize that this is a path. They have no idea. When they start off one end, yeah. So what happened is I what the hell are you doing? I'm working.
Ready? All right. All right, are we ready? All right, have you got totals? Did everybody total up their points? So total up the points. Get your calculator out on your phone. And get your totals. You need to know what your totals were. So you add them all. Add all the points up first. All right. Got some totals? All right. Good. Got your points? Totals? Okay.
Guys, maintain silence.
All right, are we ready? All right, here we go. So, nope. All right, so here's the deal. If you have a score of 30 to 48, you're the smooth sailor. You'd like to probably work for somebody else. You're conventional. You want a defined work environment. You want to work for somebody else. And recognize when I say that, that's where you are right now. That does not mean this cannot change. Your mindset can always shift, okay? It's just where you are right now, okay? We've got to start someplace. If your score is between 49 and 67, you're a team player is what they say. You're somebody who wants to have a career journey. You want to make sure you're included, but you want to be safe. And, you'll take some very occasional risks, but they better be calculated. You're not just going to be outright taking risks and just going and doing whatever you want. Okay? All right. How many people do I have in any of these categories? Anybody in these two categories? Anybody with total points? Okay. How many are in these? All right. Remember, this is personal. We're not grading this. So if you're there, it's just where you are right now. Okay? All right. Next group. Here we go. Next two groups. Oh, going wrong way. Next two groups. If you're between 68 and 86, you're in what we call the entrepreneur class. That means you'd like to go to work for somebody else, but you really kind of like doing your own thing, inventing your own stuff, and you'd like to do it inside of a company that's got resources. If you're above that score, 87 to 105, you want to be the entrepreneur. You're not going to want to work for somebody else. You are not going to want somebody else to create rules for you. You're going to want to blaze your own trailer. You're going to want to do your own thing. And if you're working for somebody else, you're not going to be happy. You will not be happy working for somebody else. And I'll give you an example that sometimes you find this stuff out later. So I had worked probably about 3 to 4 years doing different things. I've sold cars. I've sold life insurance, done a lot of stuff that was cute, but I'm not sure I want to do it for a living. And I went to work for a place called Harris Corporation. I worked for their division called RF Communications. And you guys know what a mechanistic organization, there are people that got rules, and these are the rules, and you will live within those rules. Well, I worked for them. About 2 years into my job, I decided to leave, or they were going to fire me, and the funny thing is, I was happy about it. Why? Because I'm not a guy who likes rules, but I didn't understand that at the time. Let's go 2 years in the future. I'm in grad school, sitting in my Introduction to Management course. My professor's up there talking about mechanistic versus organic organizations. And the minute he started describing organic organization, I go, that's me. And it took me back to why I understand why I didn't like Harris. I don't like rules. My personality and their rules clashed. So if you're somebody who's entrepreneurial, buy this, working for somebody else, You might do it for a short period of time. You might want to gain some experience, but you're not going to want to do that forever. At some point, you're going to want to do your own thing. And there's nothing wrong with doing your own thing. We need entrepreneurs. Some of the best people I've ever met have been entrepreneurs. And it doesn't mean, by the way, if you're an entrepreneur, right now, my son-in-law, for all intents and purposes, is kind of between entrepreneur and entrepreneur. He's working for his father. He's underneath the company his father kind of owns. He's working for a CEO, but he's really an entrepreneur, even though this is his idea, because the CEO is the guy who understands the software. So he's created the product. CEO is running the company because he understands how to sell software, works for a great environment. And he worked for his father, so he comes by spirit naturally, I should say. So just because this is where you find out you're now, 5 years from now, conversation you and I have could put you on a trajectory or on a path you haven't even seen yet. So I was talking to Dr. Katie about how I ended up, where I am, and a lot of it was because people came into my life and we had a conversation. I'll give you an example. The reason I went back to college is I was working at a place called Golden Eagle Archery, and my boss at the time, I was a buyer. So Golden Eagle Archery made compound bows, archery. So Kelly, who was my boss, came into my office one day, and I excuse the language, but he goes, "What the hell are you doing here?" And I said, "Kelly," I said, I'm a buyer. I said, "I'm buying parts. I'm doing my job." He goes, "No," he says, "You're not understanding me." He says, "What are you doing here?" And he met at this place. And I said, I repeated the same thing. "I'm a buyer." He goes, "No," he says, "You're not understanding." He says, "If I had half your skills and half your knowledge," he says, "I would not be here." He says, "I'd be back in college finishing my degree." Because he said that to me, and I had listened to him, I made a decision that my father could not force me to do. My father always wanted me to go. He didn't care what degree I had. He wanted me to go back from college education because he never had one. It was Kelly that got me to go back. Kelly was the one who made me think about doing that. And I've had people in my life create environments like that or made me move in a direction. So don't realize just because where you are now doesn't mean you won't get there. All right? So let's talk about some of the consequences. All right? So as we're talking about this, how did you score? If you're on the lower end, again, you've got lots of room to move. There's nothing wrong with it, and I guarantee you probably will move in your lifetime. Okay? I've never been where I started to be. Okay? So, come on, where's my thing? All right, so here's what I'm going to do. How, why, how, and what. The gentleman who put this together is Simon Sinek. He's a leadership guru. If anybody know who Simon Sinek is? I really like this guy. He somehow I just relate to what he says. All right? And I did not understand this, so I'll give you a little of my journey and how I got to this. So 2013, I got diagnosed with prostate cancer, stage 4. And stage 4, there is nothing higher than stage 4. You don't get higher than that. And when that happened, imagine I have young kids at home, teenagers at home, they're in high school, grade school. I go through my treatment. I get done in 2018. I've been cured for all intents and purposes. The problem is it created an existential crisis for me because here I am in 2018. I've still got another 10, 12 years in my career, and I'm asking myself, what do I want to do for the next 10 to 12 years? What's going to drive me? What's going to get me up in the morning out of my bed? Because I was exhausted at the time. And I ended up taking off the spring semester, and I taught 2 days a week and used sick time for the other 3 just so I could recover both mentally and physically. But I had this crisis. I spent 3, 4, 5 months asking myself, what's going to drive me? What do I do for the next 10 years of my career? And I didn't even apply to be a full professor until I could answer the question, what am I going to do for the next 10 years? And I came across this, and I found this to be something, and I'll share with you my why, how, and what, so you can see them as examples. But I found this to be something that was why I'm here today. I'm here because of my how, why, and what. So I'm going to share with you. You're going to need something as entrepreneurs, even if you're not an entrepreneur, that drives you every day because things are going to happen. Obstacles will come your way. People will get in your way. Things are not going to always go the way you want them. All right? You're going to need something that motivates you and moves you beyond where you are. You have to have a reason to get up in the morning. Okay? Things will happen. I did not, at the age of 45, expect to have prostate cancer. All right? So, I'm phenomenally glad. I have gifted physicians, and they did a great job, but I did not expect somebody to walk in my room and tell me, you got prostate cancer. And so you do not know up in 20 years. So I'm trying to give you something that will drive you beyond that. All right? So let's talk. So what's going to drive you beyond profits? Because as an entrepreneur, a lot of people are driven by profits. You need something beyond that. All right? So first of all, most people don't buy what you do. They buy why you do it. Okay? and I'll explain what I mean by the why in a second. What companies do is the external forces, but why they do it is something deeper. So companies that have something deeper are the ones you're going to go, I want to work for them. There are companies that people are dedicated to. They work for them because they like working for them. There's something in their DNA. So I'll give you an example. Lincoln Electric, who makes welders in the United States, is a company that if you go to work for them, you know within the 2 months if you want to work there. Anyone want to take a guess what their turnover rate is at Lincoln Electric? Take a guess. What's Lincoln Electric's turnover rate of employees leaving the company? What's that? Less than 2%. And usually Electric, because of the environment, because of the culture, people want to work there and they don't leave. They like the environment. They like the pay structure. They've gotten used to it, okay? So they have something deeper for people to work for them, all right? So here's the question. Why is Apple able to derive such large revenues and loyalty? Listen to me. They got a great cell phone. Their cell phone's no better than Android, but the problem is people that buy Apple, they buy freaking everything Apple. And I said, well, what's about it? Well, it turns out, here's an example. When the iPod came out, they got creative. And they said, here's the product, a 5 gigabyte MP3 player. Those were the things at the time. That's not what Apple sold, though. Apple sold you 1,000 songs in your pocket. And people bought into that. That's the why. And they do this all the time. And people that are loyal Apple buyers, they only buy Apple. If you look at them, they have an Apple phone, they have an Apple iPad, they have an Apple Watch. They do not buy anything else. And I've watched it with my daughter, who now, she has an Android, but her husband has Apple. He's never bought anything else. He has Apple. He's used to it. He's comfortable with it. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to put you to work. So the next page after your system, you're going to now provide your how, why, and your what. And we're going to do these in pieces. All right? All right, so we're going to start with completing. I want you to think about this statement, all right? And before you do it, I'm going to give you mine so you can see what I'm talking about. All right, it's to blank so that blank. And let me tell you what parts are. So you're going to say to what your contribution is, all right, so that your impact. And I want it to be more, this is going to be more than your college. This is going to be more than you driving profits. This is something that's going to drive you beyond this. Give yourself deeper meaning. All right? You'll see in a second what I'm talking about. So it's more than career focused, and it's not short term. It's long term. This is something that should drive you over your lifetime. Mine will drive me over the next 30 years of my life, probably more than my wife will drive me. So this idea of going overseas and doing work, she doesn't like it. She doesn't like when I'm away for 3 weeks. She told me she missed me the other day. She'd rather have me at home. She's bored. She lets me go because she knows I'm happy about it. But she'd rather have me at home. So my why statement drives me in such a way that pulls me away from home because that's what I want to do. All right? It's the focus here is going to have effect on others. People are going to want to be with you. They're going to be there because you do something they buy into. Okay? And it's affirmative in its language. All right? And it's something that resonates with people. Yes? People go, yes, I want to be there. They're affirming what you say. They're agreeing with you. They like you. Be there with you. Okay? So you find a lot of entrepreneurs say, I'm building this kind of company, and people go, yep, I want to be in that company. They think it's cool or they like the product. And then it's the culture that you create. Okay? So I'll give you an example of what I mean by having a phenomenal culture. Jesse, who is my son-in-law's father, has had a real estate management for the company for 30 years. Do you realize that the same managers, by the way, have been working for him for 30 years because of the culture he's created? His why. I'm not sure he stated what his why is, but because these people have been here for 30 years, none of them have left. They all keep working for him. They could leave at any time, but they've never retired. They never left. They don't want to go anywhere else. They like working for him. They like their jobs. All right? So here's mine. My why statement. To influence people, all right, to improve their lives, and add good karma to the world. So me being here, I want to add good karma to your life. I want to help you strive to your businesses. And I want to influence you in a positive direction. I want to make your lives better. That's what drives me in the morning. All right? So take the next 5 minutes and answer what your contribution is going to be and tell me what impact you want to have. Yes? And what's your impact? So that you can do what? Correct. Right. So mine, and by the way, if you don't get this right the first time, do not be upset. I wrote something and got something, and this is what I finally, it took me 3 or 4 renditions to get this, but I want you to at least take a shot at it, start with something. You'll probably refine it over the next 5, 6 weeks. You'll keep thinking about this. I kept thinking about this. I kept rolling it over. I kept thinking about it at night. This is what I eventually arrived at. Because, by the way, just so you know, my first one, by the way, involved my kids. But my kids aren't home. I see them once in a while. So I can't, my thing was, well, I can't live for my kids. I love my kids. I can't really live for them. That's not going to drive me. Don't get me wrong, I love my grandson, but he, as cute as he is, he's not going to be the one that's going to get me up in the morning. It can't be my wife, although she's very supportive, but she can't drive me in the morning, okay? So it's got to be something outside of my family. It's got to be something outside of my teaching, which makes my paycheck. It's got to be something. I probably, if I wasn't doing this, I'm not sure I would have been here because I would have never applied for the Fulbright Scholarship or Fulbright Specialist. I wouldn't have done it, but this is what drives me. So take about 5-10 minutes and write a why statement. Even if it's not correct, do something. Write something down. So think about what is your contribution going to be and what impact do you want that contribution to have in your lifetime. And by the way, it can change. This is just where we're starting. But write something that's going to make you get up every day outside of what you're doing for a living. And even if it's not perfect,
guys,
write something. Please go ahead, no.
हेलो गाइस, आपको क्या करना है, ये जो थर्ड पेज है यहाँ पे, यू वांट टू कंप्लीट द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट, ठीक है? इसमें आप लिखोगे टू something like if you want to start a business, to start a company, whatever you want to do, you can complete this statement here. To start a software company, to start my retail business, or to start a gym, or whatever business entrepreneur journey you want to start, you have to complete this statement to start. Insert your contribution, whatever you want to do in the business, okay? And so that whatever your business, how your business is going to contribute to the society or the people, for you, how this particular business is going to contribute for yourself, or your family, or in the society. So you have to complete these 2 statements. We have a 5 to 10 minutes, and to answer those statements, you have these key points here: more than career, or these are the points you can refer. As mentioned, this to start a company, it should be more than your career. Not just to complete my BBA or MBA. It should not be your goal. It should be to start a business or any kind of business. Okay, just complete the statement. And below, do we have to complete answer these questions?
No, I just have it up here. But you're dead on about saying about I want, it could be to start a company that changes people's lives, and that's great. But it's direct and it's something beyond just making profit. It could be to start a nonprofit organization that makes people's lives more important or makes people feel better. It could be something as simple as that. That's a place to start. It doesn't mean you won't refine it. Please.
Even a small task that can impact your life.
Correct.
Doing not necessarily of a company or a business. Even in your day-to-day life, what you want to do, any contribution of yours. Okay? It may lead to business idea later on. अभी नहीं होगी वो business. It's okay. But आपका मन, what you are passionate about, right? So what you are good at, what you are passionate about, वो आपको डालना है जो आपको कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या कर सकते हो. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल, आई कम हियर टू टीच एवरी डे. ओके, दिस इज माय कंट्रीब्यूशन. ओके, इट मे बी मेकिंग इम्पैक्ट और नॉट, वो लेटर ऑन चीज है, बट इट्स दैट वे यू हैव टू थिंक कि आपको क्या कंट्रीब्यूट करना है लाइफ में.
Can I ask you a question though? Why do you teach?
Yeah, because I'm passionate about it.
No. But why do you come to work every day to teach? Why do you teach? It's got to be more than you like teaching. Yeah. Why do you like teaching? Do you like?
I want to make an impact on the lives of others. Yeah, that's the reason.
There you go. Exactly. And remember, it doesn't have to be something.
One more important
simple.
thing. Yes,
works great.
Sir, last you have written there a good karma. So karma is actually a Hindi word.
Yeah, but I like karma because I'm sorry, but I believe a lot in karma. I believe things come back to haunt you. I've seen it. Big believer in karma. I may be Christian, but I like karma.
Yeah. So karma is a universal word. I was not knowing. Karma is a universal word.
No, I've always believed in karma. I may be Catholic, but I've always believed in karma. It is.
Okay.
It is.
Yeah.
What do you got? Add to the discussion.
आएगा सो ये जो है ना टू मतलब जो सर ने बोला वो भी ठीक था कि अगर आपके पास कुछ ऐसे बिजनेस आइडिया है जो पीपल के लाइफ या किसी दूसरों के लाइफ पे कुछ इन्फ्लुएंस करेगा तो वो लिखो अगर नहीं है बट अगर आपको कुछ चाहिए कि आप क्या कर सकते हो जैसे कि अब सर का था कि इन्फ्लुएंस पे सर को लोगों को इन्फ्लुएंस करना था अब ऐसा नेसेसरी नहीं कि सबको पीपल को इन्फ्लुएंस करना होगा किसी का ऐसा होगा कि मुझे ये करना है मुझे ऐसा कुछ करना है कि जो मैं काम करूं जॉब करूं या कंपनी खोलूं बिजनेस करूं कुछ भी करूं उसका कुछ तो भी इम्पैक्ट जो मेरे इन्वायरमेंट है सोसाइटी उसको मैं क्या दे सकता हूं और वो करने के बाद में सो दैट जो मैं वो कर रहा हूं जैसे कि कुछ भी एक काम कर रहा हूं जिससे लोगों को फायदा हो रहा है तो कैसे फायदा होगा वो उस चीज में ऐसे नेसेसरी नहीं कि तुम्हें तुम्हारा बिजनेस आइडिया या कुछ ऐसे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कुछ आइडिया वगैरह आइडिया नहीं लिखना है सिर्फ तुम्हारी क्या इच्छा है बीच में से तुम्हें क्या लगता है कि तुम क्या कर सकते हो और उसको तुम अच्छे से समझ सकते हो 3 पॉइंट के दो मोर देन अ करियर एंड फोकस ऑफ शॉर्ट टर्म नहीं देखना है कि तुम्हें अभी एजुकेशन खत्म करना है या एक अच्छा पैकेज का जॉब लेना है नहीं ऐसा कुछ लिखो कि जो तुम मतलब 10 साल के बाद में कुछ खुद को देखना चाहोगे कि हाँ 10 साल के बाद में मैं ऐसा कुछ बनना चाहूंगा या ऐसा कुछ बनना चाहूंगी ऐसा कुछ अचीव करना चाहोगे जो भी मुझे अचीव करना है 10 साल के बाद में 10 to 15 years ये दूसरा फोकस ऑन द इफेक्ट यू विल हैव ऑन अदर्स जो भी तुम काम करोगे वो दूसरों को कैसे इंपैक्ट करेगा वो तुम्हारा जॉब रहो बिजनेस रहो कुछ भी रहो वो तुम दूसरों को कैसे अफेक्ट करेगा जो भी तुम करने वाले हो उसको ध्यान में रख के तुम्हारे ये लिखो एंड एक्सप्रेस इन अफर्मेटिव लैंग्वेज दैट रेजोनेट विथ यू और ऐसे एकदम सिंपल लैंग्वेज में या ऐसी कोई चीज में लिखो जो इजीली तुम्हें भी समझ सके और तुम अच्छे से उसे एक्सप्लेन और इलैबोरेट कर सको और वही जो तुम लिखोगे वो कैसा इम्पैक्ट करेगा पीपल या सोसाइटी और दूसरों पे दैट्स इट और वैसे कुछ लिखो
How you want to make an impact in the world? Simple है. What you are good at. आप क्या करना चाहते हो लाइफ में? Where you want to contribute? Okay? अपने अपने शब्दों में लिखना है ताकि आपको खुद को कन्विंस होना चाहिए. Okay? लोगों को दिखाने के लिए नहीं लिखना. You have to first convince yourself. सबने लिखा? कोई बहुत बड़ी लैंग्वेज में नहीं लिखना है सिंपल से राइट इन अ वेरी सिंपल लैंग्वेज जो कि सही में आप करना चाहते हो लाइफ में कहाँ कंट्रीब्यूट करना है ओके सिंपल है यू वांट टू सर्व अदर्स कई लोगों को एल्डरली पीपल को केयर लेने में मजा आता है दे लव डूइंग इट दे वांट टू मेक एन इम्पैक्ट इन देयर लाइव्स ओके
No, I was saying this is like 4th rendition. This was not something they did immediately. This is like the fourth version, fourth vision, or fourth version that I actually wrote. I remember the first one I wrote was I took a lot. It was lousy. The first one. This is like the 4th time.
We have to do very slow because we have got very good content.
Okay.
Like for example, first 4 slides you have now.
Yep.
First 4 groups.
Yep.
The scoring.
Okay.
That slow level.
Okay.
That was that your team player and all that.
Yeah.
So what we need for Indian, these are very young students.
Okay.
So we should have called them in groups.
Okay.
You are here right now.
Okay.
Okay, and you have this much good skills.
Yeah.
Now from here you can go to the next level.
Right.
So it was good. We understood it, but they might not have.
And they may not. We want them to keep working on it because this is something that we find over a lifetime. Okay. And again, if you'd asked me probably mine when I was in my 30s, it would have been very different from the one I have now. And it's because I had an existential crisis that forced me to even ask that question. So I expect that what they write now, if you ask them a year from now when they graduate, totally different. It might be different because now they may be heading to their first career or their first job or I'm already starting my first business and now all of a sudden they're doing something else. But they, you got to start somewhere is what I want them to do. We're going to see what they say. Let's find out what they wrote. See what they write. See if they got anybody.
So how many slides do you have?
This is it. All guys, 2 more.
2 more.
2 more.
Then we'll give them lunch break, right?
Yep. We do a lunch break and then we'll come back.
At 2 o'clock?
Yeah, we do 2 and then might have to go till about 4.
Bas.
Let's say about 3:30. And if we have to, we can always move over to the next day. And I got some flexibility tomorrow, so if we have to, we can move to the next day. Do some of that. And second, we just keep moving along on the journey. Not a problem. Let's see what someone got. Let's see. Okay. That's a good start. Good. What you got?
आपको गूगल पे नहीं सर्च करना है, ये जो आंसर है ये आपको अंदर झांकने पे मिलेगा. डीप विद इन यू, अपने अंदर का गूगल और सर्च करो. सर्च योर इनसाइड गूगल इंजन. हाँ, गूगल विल नॉट आंसर यू कि क्या करना है. इतना कंट्रोल मत दो गूगल को कि वो आपका माइंड कंट्रोल करने लग जाए. आपको गूगल को बताना है कि आपको क्या करना है. समझा क्या? क्या करना है आपको हिंदी में लिखो, मराठी में लिखो, नो इश्यूज. वी आर हियर टू ट्रांसलेट. वेरी गुड. क्या लिखा?
That would work. Right. Perfect. Very good. Right. But you realize your why statement's moving beyond just donkey farming. It allows you to do other types of farming. So your world's now come from this to this. Right. Perfect. Nice. Right. Perfect. Perfect. And then that's what drives you? Perfect. Yep. You got a good vision. Keep that up.
Sir,
Keep driving it.
It's here they have to write how and what.
That's next.
So
Right?
establish a textile industry chain.
Not now.
Nope, that'll be next.
Yeah. That I can
See.
countries.
That'll work.
Sir, right now you don't have to jump into how and what.
All right.
Right?
Hold on. Wait. Does everybody have their why statement? Everybody got something written? Nope. All right. If you don't have something written, don't worry. Work on it. All right. So let's talk about the how part. Are we ready for how? All right. Let's talk about how. Next stage. All right. We'll come back to this. All right. We're now going to think about 3 to 5. All right. Does not have to be large. 3 to 5 how statements. Short 2 to 5 words. Don't want long sentences. This is to keep you focused. All right. Here's what I want you to do. It should reflect back on your why statement. And here's what I want you to think about. It should reflect your personal strengths, skills, knowledge, past triumphs that have occurred to you, and should help describe behaviors or ingredients you need to be at your best and support your why statement. So here are mine. You ready? So mine are this. Continue to make ideas simple, which is something I try to do very well, not always speaking slow. All right. I want to embrace hands-on learning, because I believe hands-on learning is good for the student. I want to always embrace integrity, because that's important to me. I want to overcome and adapt. That allows me to always be thinking about how to change, so I'm not status quo. And last but not least, I want to be able to see multiple outcomes so that I can see multiple possibilities. So it keeps my mind not here, but here. So those are my house statement. So think about 3, let's say 3 right now. You can always add to it, but 3 house statements. How will you do or execute your why statement? Think about how are you going to execute a statement? How will you do it? So take about 3 to 5 minutes about how you're going to do it.
See, ये जो है ना ये सर के हाउस है, okay? Even in the last slide सर का why था कि सर ने वो contribution क्यों choose किया, okay? आपको अपना खुद का why find out करना है and then खुद का how. Got it? सर ने अपना एग्जांपल दिया है कि why he is choosing this field, how, okay.
How will you do it? So on the donkey farming or the farming, how are you going to execute that? Okay. All right, but you're not doing what, but how will you execute your license? How? So think of not specifically like financing is more of a what. The how is how will you make donkey farming or farming more important to this to the local community or to the wider community? How will you do that? Well, I might do it by working with local colleges in the area and working with students. That's a how. I might do how I might enforce that is I might think about working. Think about how I might work with NGOs to get people to come in and train other farmers in the area so we can take advantage. That's a how. Those are hows. So that's what you want to think about. How kind of the how is the wider picture of your license. Okay, so think about that.
सर का क्या है? Design and develop 3 to 5 statement.
No, we don't.
Words that support your personal why.
Anything? Anything good?
Why statement.
Let's see your why statement. Start a business for women empowerment. Okay. So that you can change the life. House. Nice. I like that. So right. So how are you going to do that? Okay. So we got.
I'll start.
Oh, okay. But I want to think. How do you do that? I like your why statement. How are you going to do it? How are you going to execute that? That's good. I like that. That's some really good ones. I'm impressed so far. What we got? Open a sports academy so that you can inspire young talent and promote healthy lifestyle. Not bad. Like it? Pretty good. Now the question is, how are you going to do it? Give me one idea of how. Okay.
ये वाइस स्टेटमेंट है जो हो गया तुम्हारा अब ये करने के लिए कैसे करोगे कंपनी जाने के लिए एंटर करने के लिए क्या क्या करोगे हाउ जैसे क्वालिफिकेशन इंटर्नशिप इन द कंपनी स्टूडेंट योर प्रोफाइल योर सीवी उतना हाउ पता है अगर नहीं पता है तो तुम अभी रिसर्च करो किसी भी मेरे कुछ चाहिए
Okay, so one of the hows could be bringing different sports people in to talk to your young people in your sports complex. So that could be a how. Bringing people that are outside who have special talents. It could be in physical therapy. It could be in strength training. But you'll bring them in. The how is I'm going to bring people outside to help my people, my students. That's a how. So that would be one how.
ये बार हो गया तुम्हारा सपना कंपनी में काम करना सपना है इस सपने को पूरा करने के लिए
Exactly, something along that line. That would be how. I train you first, and I'll bring people to help you get further along. Something like that. That'll work. That would work as a how. That'll work. How we doing? What'd you get? What you got? Start my own.
Make ideas simple.
I like that. That'll work. So how are you going to do it? What's up? Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to think how. So here's the question. How do you create a memorable event? No, but you must have been to some of these events, correct? So when you went to these events, how was it memorable for you? How did you walk away? You walked away with something memorable, or you wouldn't be doing this. So how did they make you? How was it memorable for you? Was it a lively place? Okay, not lively. Okay. 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 All right. So think along those lines of how you're going to do it. It's kind of It's kind of working that way. Okay, keep working out. But I like the why statement. That's a good one to start with. Very nice. Okay, keep working
तुम्हारा
out.
how क्या है about क्या
How we
है
doing? You get one? What you got? You know what? Let's see. To work in a top company like a younger Microsoft, so that I can work on skills and projects that can, what's this word? Can. Okay. All right. Again, it's a good start. All right. So what's your statement? Let me see your statement. We're going to start a gym so that people will get healthy. Okay. So how are you going to do it? So the how is I want to bring. So how might be I want to make sure that I want to. So one of the ways I want to be certified. So how is I'm going to provide or make sure I'm certified. No, your statement would be to ensure certifications, whether it's you or people that work for you. It could be ensuring the right balance of equipment. Maybe you need some individual weights. Sometimes I need some machines. Sometimes I want a heavy bags. So there's your two hows. The first how would be ensuring certifications. The second one would be having the right blend of equipment. Those would be too quick. It could be. And again, you may end up adding to that because people come in and all of a sudden go, "That's something." Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. Because all the gyms are different. That's the thing. Even in the States. Yep.
पहले हाउ प्रोड्यूसर बनाना मंडी फार्मर फिर क्या करोगे पैकेजिंग करोगे डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करोगे वेफर्स बनाओगे.
So let me ask you this: have you ever been to a gym outside of India? But have you been to Europe or seen a gym in Europe or the United States or anything like that? All right, so maybe you start off with the how in India, and then say, okay, see what kind of gyms are outside, and say, is there something out there that I can bring into a gym in India? That'd be really cool. I think people would like that. So, for example, I want to Planet Fitness. Love all the equipment. You know what I want in a gym they don't have? I want a heavy bag. I want to hit something. I want to pound something. And it's because I did martial arts for so long. So I want to box. I can't do it there. And so to me, it's like, I want suggestions. I want to put that suggestion. Could you please give me a heavy bag so I can hit something? And they haven't done it yet.
ये अच्छा लिखा तुमने कि तुमको ये करना है ये करना है.
Correct.
ओके इसका इम्पैक्ट ये अच्छा ही होगा.
Correct.
Right.
So I'm going to treat you in a way that I will only offer healthy snacks and drinks. That's a how. Only healthy. So I'm not going to bring in soda. I'm not going to bring in Pepsi. Right? I'm going to bring in things like protein milk. I'm going to bring in things like protein cookies. All healthy. So there's a how. Only having healthy stuff. Correct. Yeah. All that kind of stuff. So you're on the right track. So break a couple down. Yeah. We'll keep talking. How we doing? Okay, then we're getting there. Is it what? Are we ready for what?
Yeah,
all right.
Oh. My how is completed.
Okay.
I have wrote down all
No.
Okay. Should I wait for my phone?
They only have to use one or two.
So just take everything. My how is completed.
Okay. All right. Working out. How we doing? Got some written? All right. Nice. This one's self-awareness.
Excellent network marketing and global export.
Okay.
Improve communications.
Good.
For diversity and
Good.
be religious, grounded, and protect self-integrity.
Perfect. Good drivers. Keep you focused on what you're doing. Perfect. That'll work. That'll work. You're doing well. That's yours worked out, which is good. We can educate people about community services through conducting sessions, webinars, perfect, by encouraging people to join organizations like Rotary, okay, by executing event projects for community service, like okay, by getting people from different backgrounds together, which will create a bond and friendships. Perfect, that's great. Those are great ones that'll drive your life. That'll work. Okay, perfect. All right. You think they're ready for some what? All right. All right, you tell me when. You tell me when.
I hope you are getting. सबको समझ में आ रहा है? What तो clear है सभी का? Yes. What सभी ने लिख दिया है? Sorry. Why? First statement जो है ना वो why है. Why? अरे a very first statement is why का आंसर आपने कर दिया है. ओके जो आपने फर्स्ट आंसर is going to make an impact if I contribute in so and so field. If I start banana industry, it will going to help farmers, whatever. ये किया है कई लोगों ने ऐसा. ओके सो why statement is clear सभी का. अब सेकंड क्या है? हाउ कैसे करोगे. ओके तो छोटी छोटी जो भी स्टेप्स आपके दिमाग में भी आ रही है उसको लिख डालो. ज्यादा सोचना नहीं है. जितना ज्यादा हम लोग सोचते हैं उतना हमारा क्रिएटिविटी डिस्टॉर्ट होता है. डोंट थिंक टू मच. Whatever is coming into your mind, just write it down. Okay?
You will refine this over time. So if your first draft, the first thing, don't worry about it. Mull it over. Think about it. Sleep on it. It will change. Mine changed 4 times. First one may not be correct. That's okay.
So ये ऐसा फिक्स नहीं हो जाएगा कि आपको वही चीज करनी है लाइफ में. It's about a process. Entrepreneurship is a process. Okay, identifying opportunity is a process. ये process होता है. Idea ढूंढना हम लोग रोज की नई नई idea ढूंढते.
Their what is low prices. They used to be, their why used to be about treating their employees, but they went to their what. So recognize that's that. All right. So here are my what. Travel overseas to do voluntary consulting. Now this doesn't actually fit into that. Travel overseas. So it does not mean that you're limited by that. Okay? Second, to teach students business. Continue to improve methods and techniques and seek out new knowledge. So what's driving me here is I seek out new knowledge. I want to hear from you. I want to work you. I want to find what business you got. Okay? So those are my what. So again, think about 5-6 minutes, 10 minutes. Write down 2 or 3, 1, 2 or 3 what statements. What will you do to demonstrate your why statement? So this is more the action part. All right? What? Oh, sorry. Oh, I you're talking about. Time for a break, I think. I think it's time for a break. We're getting close to time for a break. Getting close.
अभी हाउ और पहले को भूल जाओ. अभी व्हाट पे आ जाओ. ओके
That's good though. Keep on top of it. Okay.
तो सिर्फ वो बहुत बड़ा एक रह जाएगा. ओके
Good.
क्या करोगे? Get a good professional formal education because Google
so that I can give my time. Okay, that worked.
You guys are doing good this week. The best part about this is not graded, and I have, I can look at it and like it because it's personal. Yeah, this, mine is so personal. I know I'm nosy.
इंग्लिश सीखना है, लैंग्वेज सीखनी है, ओके, स्किल सीखना है, कैसे सीखेंगे? What you will be doing?
All right, so what'd you write? To encourage personal growth and self-reflection so that people can achieve authenticity and find empower person in life. All right, you said create safe places, encourage utilizing and practicing, support them throughout their journey. Okay, and you're what's going to be hosting self-development programs, creating guidebooks, and hosting and building teams. And you can show some of this and get right to the point, by the way. You don't have to be super long. So when I'm reading this, for example, when you said here, I might just say, create safe places. Don't need the rest. To encourage journalizing and practice. Yeah, 3 to 5 words, because that way it's easier to remember. The longer it gets, the harder it is for you to say, what am I supposed to be doing? It's like, yeah, so this one, having self-development programs. Yeah, programs, that's perfect. Creating guidebooks, apps, and pamphlets. All right, on this one here, we got hosting and building community. And I would leave it just at hosting and building community, because now that hosting and building community can mean a lot of different things, and you now create a broader definition for yourself to include more things than if you start narrowing and say, oh, I want to do this. Now it's this versus this. So the less words allows you to be more, have a wider berth, wider. Yes, exactly. That's the point. So sometimes having fewer words is better. And in this case, the what and the how, the fewer words, the better. That's why most of mine are only 3 words long. And I started off with yours. I started writing, 6, 7, 8 words. And I kept going, that's too narrow for me. It's too narrow defining what I wanted to do. That's why I got the 3 words. So if some, like the first one, where the teach overseas, volunteer consulting, that teach overseas is what's important, not the volunteer consulting, even though it's what I normally do. But I can change that and alter it because it's very short. So if I want to go over and do, I'm really doing volunteer consulting. It's just not quote unquote consulting you would normally think about is my point. So the shorter number of words, the wider interpretation you get to use to include things you didn't think about before. Oh yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if it doesn't change for you. I wouldn't be surprised if you and I had a conversation 2 years from now, or when you're done graduating, you've done your first job, you would come back and say, yeah, I started with this, but this isn't what because what will happen is you'll mull this over. What happens, you'll think about this.
Okay, ये आंसर अगर हम लोग देने लग गए
I remember what Dr. Scalzo said, and I'm going to think about this, because what you'll find is your life will take a certain direction, and that direction will influence what this does. So right now, this is a start. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. But will it change? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that what I would have wrote in my 20s or 30s would not be this. Yeah. Mine's actually on my computer, so that I can go in and type it. It's different. I just have liked it so much. I just decided I don't want to change. I kind of like it. It fits what I want to do, but it also, for me, defines what I'm willing to do and what I'm not willing to do. So notice, by the way, nothing about me being an additional chair. I want nothing to do with that. It's what's on there. So when I make decisions about what I'm willing to do in my college, this is stuff. So if you look at coming here, my consulting I do overseas, you look at the grant that I applied about taking students overseas and teaching and learning, that's the stuff I want to do. So I limit, it not only helps me include what I want to do, but also exclude the things I don't want to do or I'm not willing to do. And that's the reason so for me, it works both ways for me. That's the important part of this. And so it gives you so that's the way you think about it. So yeah, I have no doubt that if I asked you a year from now, even 2 years from now, you would go, yeah, when I first did this is what it was, but now that I'm out of the world.
सब लोग सपने देखना चालू कर दिए ना?
I have no doubt.
सब लोग सपने देख रहे हैं, right?
You're watching the 4th version of this. First one was just something I wrote, wasn't sure what I was going to do. It was something about teaching. And I was like, that's too narrow. And then it became something about my kids. And I realized, no, I can't live for my kids because that's not going to drive. Yeah, I love my kids, but they're not in the house anymore. So now I got support. My kids are going to be that's not going to be good. This and the one I wrote just before this became close, but it wasn't exactly. And I kept thinking, and the word karma kept coming back to me. It was about
keep on changing.
Building good karma in the world. Because I'm a big believer in that. And that's what drove my wife's thing. The how, again, I just kept refining the house till I got to doing it. But I had to have the why statement is what started the whole thing. Once I got the why statement, the hows and the what came next. And the what is that's how you demonstrate it. It's the things you will do that you keep that gets you to the why statement. And again, it tells me what I'm willing to do, what I won't do. Correct. And by the way, we told you. Notice nowhere in there is about making money or profit. None of it. Yeah, and again, what you don't think this is relevant. Nobody here, in some ways, have been tested. You have not been tested. You have to, in order to be tested, something drastic has to happen. And well, that covered that. And notice mine came after I had prostate cancer. When I was going, what do I want to do for the next 10 years or 12 years, or even into my 70s? What do I want to do? You know, it's guiding me about what I'm thinking with this. What do I want to do? And I keep coming back to consulting. Maybe I'll work with SCORE. Maybe I'll keep doing some of this. Maybe I'll just keep taking students overseas. But see, those options are there. And even I can come in, and, you know, even when I showed up and I'm jet lagged and tired, and I'm thinking, hey, I didn't like travel. This is ridiculous. This still drives me to say, yep, I still want to work, and it continues to drive me. And so a lot of the decisions that I ran came out of this. It wasn't something I wanted to do. Yeah, this drove. I get it. And it fits into this. So, yeah, correct. Oh, yeah. And again, it's got to be something outside of, it's got to be something that drives you every day. And it can't be, you know, like I said, my first one was teaching. Like, yeah, but I do more than just teach. So it has to be more than that. And so you refine it because it's something that drives you every day. That's going to be more than your direct job. Because if your direct job's not going well, if that's your why statement, what happens when it's not going well? Then all of a sudden you're like, well, I'm defined. You don't want to be defined by your job is my point. You want to be defined about how you're going to run your life. What's that? It's 4 times before I got to this one. So doing this and what you're seeing now is 4 versions of this. Probably not, only because I wrote it after having prostate cancer, which next to pregnant. I wrote it after that. That's why it would have something different because he did it afterwards. When I was asking the question, what do I do for the next 10, 15 years of my life, and what do I do in retirement? That's why I got this. And so if you look at this, even if I retire, it still can drive me because I can still travel overseas through the consulting. I can still come here and teach. In some ways, when I retire, I could go over and teach a class for the next 15 weeks and be okay. I could do a Fulbright Scholarship and Fulbright Teaching Scholarship and research. I can't. I can. Geez, I wonder if I can find a Fulbright. Exactly. I can do more. So yeah, I would think right now I haven't picked this up. This is the first time I picked this up and looked at it, and I purposely did for this. Would it change? Good question. I don't know. It hasn't changed yet. That's what it is. I haven't found a reason for it to change yet. That doesn't mean it can't. I haven't come across a reason that says, yeah, that doesn't really fit into there, but I'd like it to fit. So I haven't come across it. So could it change? Yes. I had a reason for it to change. Maybe it's a better way of putting it. I just haven't had anything that's driven me to change it. This seems to work right now. It's where I'm at. It drives my life. It's broad enough, but specific enough, kind of thing. Could change? Yeah. But no reason to yet. Right. Listen, it could change after being here and talking to you guys as students and interacting with faculty. It could easily change after this. So never say never. Okay? But recognize what you see as the 4th version of this that I wrote personally for myself. Well, and you could easily go and share this with somebody, and then they'll say something, you're going, geez, I never thought about that. Maybe that's really important. And all of a sudden, they say something to you, and they give you feedback, and you're like, yeah, you could go home and share this with your sister or brother and say, I got this exercise doing at college, and the guy who's teaching this said, this, that, and the other thing. What do you think? Is this something that would drive you? Know me. Was this something that would fit? And they would say, if they know you well enough, they should be able to tell you whether that is you, or you look and go, not you. Yes. Yeah. So, answer your questions yes or no.
कि
It could, but has no reason to.
सर जाने की पहले का रास्ता बताना।
It's time for lunch. What do you think? Is it time for lunch, you think? I think we're getting close. We get, yeah, well, we could probably go early. I think they were saying 1:30. We got it to 1. I'll take that. What's that? Well, no, I'm just saying you guys need breaks. I could teach for another 3-4 hours. It wouldn't matter to me. Yeah, when I originally put this together, I had us going from 8 to 11 or 8 to 12, and then 1 to 4. I was doing 8 hours. I had a lot of other stuff planned, but I'm loving this. This is the largest class I've ever taught. Even at Syracuse University, the largest class I taught there was 50, and the room was oval shaped. Yeah. Well, and the material we're talking about, if you look at it, you're like, so what does this have to do with entrepreneurship? And yet you're like, I get it. And so I'm looking for stuff that it comes from a book that I read. That's the name of the book. I have it on my shelf. So I read this book way back when I was teaching 417, which is our capstone course, business plans, and everything. And I made the students read it. And it was this book about this guy who, this young guy comes and talks to this older gentleman. This younger guy comes and talks to this older gentleman, and he's all about profit. He's all about making money. And the older gentleman who is just sitting on a park bench, and this banker who he's known, he goes to talk to bankers. I need more money. He says, before I give you more money, he says, I'm going to put you in contact. I want you to go talk to this gentleman. And he's like, this guy had never met him. So he shows up. He says, where am I supposed to be? He says, you're going to go to this park. He says, he'll be there. You just sit on the bench with him and tell him what you want to do. So they sit down, and what this book is, it's a real thin book. He says, but what it is, it's a series of conversations they have, and eventually it goes from making money to it's got to be more than making money. If you're an entrepreneur, it's got to be more than just making money. Because if you're only making money, you're going to miss all the possible things you could do. And so by the end, he gets to the point where he realizes, geez, I got to be motivated by something different. It helps you get you motivated by something different, even though profit could be part of it. Even though it's got to be more than that. The how and the what have got to be more than just about making money. So that's where this is derived at. This is just a helpful way to focus that kind of view. But that's why I did this, because it came from that when I was teaching things. Yeah. And then again, like I said, for you, it'll probably change. You're 20 years old. You're what? You're early 20s. It'll change. Anytime you're ready to go to lunch, we're good. Yeah. Yeah. And if we go till what, 2? We're going to go 12 to 1.
Yes.
Lunch is 12 to 1.
1 we will start, 2 o'clock we will again call.
Yeah, but I think we can. Let's see. It's 1 o'clock. So 1 to 2. Okay, and then we go 2 to 4.
Yeah.
Perfect. That'll work. That'll work. Nice job. Thank you.
Hello.
See, idea of this, कहाँ जा रहे हो? Wait. Idea of this session was to explore yourself, what, why and how. No, sorry, why you want to make an impact, where you want to contribute, that was why. Second was what, and then, no, second was how, and then what you will be doing. So na lunch break में भी इसका discussion चालू रखना. Keep your thought process on, discuss, और भी ideas clear होंगी, and then again you can come back at 2 o'clock. We will discuss and then we will wind up. But don't miss the session at 2 o'clock. Okay? This is certificate course. You will not be given certificate if you miss a single session. Okay? Please understand and take it. ऐसा नहीं कि ये सब समझ के हम लोग कर लेंगे. No.
गाइस, जो आपको ये पैकेट दिया हुआ है, ये आपको है ना टुवर्ड्स द एंड ऑफ द डे आपको सबमिट करना है, तो नो वन विल लीव. ठीक है, या आप अभी लंच ब्रेक में भी डिस्कस करो हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू अचीव योर टारगेट एंड what will you do to demonstrate that. Okay, work on this. At 2 we'll come back after the lunch एंड 3 बजे तक सेशन चलेगा, 3:15 तक, ठीक है. मेक योर सेल्फ अवेलेबल अटिल 3:15. ओके, थैंक यू. अभी लंच ब्रेक, शार्प 1:45 आ जाइए, ठीक है. 2 बजे अगर आप 1:45 आ जाओगे तो 2 बजे सेशन स्टार्ट.
And he found his business idea because he was working for his father. And he came to me probably about maybe a year and a half ago. And his original thing was a spreadsheet he had. And he said, this is his original question. He wanted to know how many people does he need to see in advertising that are interested in maybe looking at the property in order to rent one apartment. That's what he wanted to know. And he figured out all the steps and how many people he would lose to get there. And he took that and decided that, geez, you know, that would be really good to know. But you know what? What about managing all of the issues or the maintenance issues? How do we know those are getting done? And how long does it take there? And he started asking all these questions while he was working for his father. That's what his new job is in his company. That's what he's creating. So it was, again, he found it at his work. He did not invent this out of college. It's something he found while he was working. All right, so they can come from different areas. All right, so, come on. There we go. So today, we're going to talk first about the myth and the reality about finding out opportunities. You're going to find that they don't always come from where you think they do. All right? Once we do that, we'll answer the question, where do they come from? And then we're going to generate some ideas. And I've got 3 different ways in which you're going to do that. Okay? I'm going to give you some guidelines for it. And then we'll talk about some environmental scanning. That's one of the ones we're going to do. Problem areas, that's that long list you have there. I didn't want to write them out and speak about them, so I figured I'd give them to you. And then the last part is, how do you assess the ideas to see if that's something that's viable? Just because you have an idea does not make it viable. It may not be something you can turn in. So what I mean by that is, while my son's business is something he creates, my son-in-law, he also knows it's a business he's not going to be able to keep very long. This is not a business he's going to be able to develop into a $100 million business. He's well aware of this. He went in knowing that expectation. He knows it's something he'll be able to grow, and eventually he will sell this to one of the software companies that do real estate accounting and real estate management. He knows that already. And I said, well, how long? He goes, between 3 and 5 years. So I would expect in 3 to 5 years he will sell this, make very good money. Then he'll have to decide what he wants to do afterwards. Maybe he goes back to work for his father. Maybe he'll come up with something else. We keep talking back and forth about, does he do this for other industries that have this exact same problem? So we'll talk about that. All right? So, come on. There we go. So let's talk about myth versus reality. The myth, great ideas appear out of nowhere. You guys believe that? Do good ideas just come out of nowhere? Reality. Best ideas are generated by the way they're structured and systematic. They don't just appear out of nowhere. They usually will come from a place you are. They could be coming from a conversation you're having with a friend. It could be a customer. It could be some job you got. So they don't just appear out of nowhere usually. Okay? No stupid idea. Are there stupid ideas? No. It's one of my ground rules, by the way. Initially, there's no stupid ideas. I don't believe in that. I think every good idea you can turn into something. Right? However, the reality is, all ideas are worthy. Many ideas are bad or won't come to fruition. I really use the won't come to fruition part. Not that they're bad, they take a lot of work. They may not have all the things you need. It may be too difficult to get the resources together. A little work, it might work. All right. Again, powerful ideas may seem stupid or illogical at the same time. I'm pretty sure when Bill Gates sat down and said he was going to create Microsoft, I'm pretty sure somebody thought that's a little weird. So don't think they come an idea of an idea that came from another company. So I only found this out because I work for Xerox Corporation. So you know the icons that show up on your laptops and your computers all the time? That's actually Xerox's invention. They just never patented it. And it turns out that both Bill Gates and Steve Jobs happened to be in a meeting, and they happened to walk into Xerox, and they were meeting some people at Xerox, and they noticed this. And they said, that'd be really cool. Easy way for people to remember. So the file icon, they go, yeah, that'd be really good. Storage. People know file folders, you put stuff in. They thought this, and so they kind of walked over and said, can you show us this because at that time they were big computers. Can you show us that? And then sure. So Xerox sat down and they showed them all the icons. They walked away from that and then said, that's what we're going to put in our software. And Steve Jobs was the first to do it. Bill Gates followed him. They tried to sue each other. And Bill Gates says, yeah, you didn't patent it either, and neither did I. So they couldn't. And so that's how Microsoft and both Apple have icons. Came from Xerox. Xerox just never patented it, so they couldn't sue them for it. But they probably would have. All right? Let's see, what else? Customers will tell you what to do if you listen. What do you think? Will customers tell you stuff? You tell business what you want? Your customers. You tell business what you want? Okay, sometimes. Is it enough to create a business around though? Maybe we have to make an improvement. Maybe make a different business. Possible. Right? But here's the reality. Customers can help identify unmet needs, but there's generally a lot more to making that idea workable. You and I both know gathering resources a lot, making sure you got the right people in the right places, making sure you've got the right structure in place, the right culture in place. That takes a lot more putting stuff together, getting the right people to work. Do I have the people in the skill areas that I don't have strong skills in? Are they with me? Do they support what I'm doing? So keep in mind, there's a lot more to it than just coming up with that idea. All right? We can generate all the ideas you'll ever need if we just sit down and meet. If we just sit down and we have a meeting, it'll all work out. You buy in? No? Okay. Reality is great ideas shaped through ongoing dialogue. Some of the best ideas you will shape are conversations you will have with your friends, conversations you'll have in here, conversations you'll have with me, your faculty members, and here's why I never laugh at an idea. So the first year, we get our entrepreneurship degree set. This nice girl by Jennifer Caffarelli, who comes in and meets me, and we're having this conversation. She said, "What would you like to do for a business?" She goes, "I want to run a funeral home." And I went, "Huh?" And I'm thinking, really? A funeral home? And I didn't know, and I, as a business person, I'm like, I didn't know what to do with that. I'm like, funeral home. Turns out, by the way, she's built for the industry. So she finishes our degree, walks down to Syracuse, New York, goes into schooling to become a person who does, burials and stuff like that. She ran 7 funeral homes out of New Jersey for somebody. And I saw her about 10 years later, and I said, "Still running funeral homes?" She goes, "No." She goes, "It was too stressful. I decided to become a nurse." And she was probably one of my best students. And I learned a lot about the funeral home industry, I will say, but I didn't know a lot about it. So again, what I've learned with my students is we shape their ideas. They came in with this spark. They came in with this idea roughly they want to do, discussions, asking them questions they hadn't thought about. And that's what you want. You want people to ask you questions. You want to kind of shape it. You want to make sure there's no holes in it. So let people poke holes all they want. Keep letting them do that. All right? Let's see. Come on. Next one. Getting ideas isn't a problem. Implementing them is. And that's a myth. But I would say carefully screening the ideas that are generated become very important because you want to know if that idea is going to work. All right? So these are some of the myths and some of the realities of starting businesses. All right? So where do ideas come from? How do you get these ideas? Now, I'll be the first to say, running a smoothie place, I did not invent this. This was a franchise. It came along with all the infrastructure, all the rules, how to make the smoothies. I was taught all that. So I will be to say that I was not an entrepreneur. I was a business owner. So there's a difference. I didn't invent that. My son-in-law is an entrepreneur. His father's an entrepreneur. They started it from scratch, built it from scratch, put everything together. All right? So I'll be the first to acknowledge I'm not an entrepreneur. All right, so let's talk about where ideas come from. So by survey, okay, I think it was Entrepreneurs Magazine, 71% of the people noted that they either replicated or modified an idea gained through previous employment. That means while they were at their employer, they got this idea and said, that I can turn that into a business. That's what my son-in-law did, okay? So recognize, there's nothing wrong with, for a while, wanting to be an entrepreneur and going to work for somebody. You may walk out with a better idea than you went in with. Okay, so think about it. You could go to work. I've gotten good ideas from work, but that doesn't mean. So some of the ideas are coming from places they've worked at. They think they can do it better, or they have a way to fix it. Okay, 20% got ideas from serendipity. Is coincidental. Once in a while that happens, but I notice it's a much smaller portion of what happens. Okay, so other ones could be built from a temp or casual job you have, a part-time job that you can turn into a full-time job, full-time career. Could be something you read about in the industry that you say, geez, there's a gap in the industry. I think I can fill that gap. All right? Could be something you've learned about on vacation. So I've got a friend of mine who went through doctoral school with me, and he retired from being the dean at DeVry University, and now what he does, runs Vacation Club. That's what he does. Could be a wanted product or service based on individual customer service you do. So it could come from a customer. Not saying it doesn't, but it could come in. So that's ways you could generate ideas, all right? So the key about this, and we'll talk about this later on, is not only where do ideas come from, but how do you make sure you can identify it? How do you see the ideas? It's not just enough to where they come from, but how do you know where they are? How do I know, I can spot an idea? Because sometimes we don't always see what we want to see. We'll talk about that in the next one, right? Let's see, what else? Could come from your interests or hobbies. Some people take their hobbies and turn them into businesses. Because remember, when we talk about entrepreneurship, it doesn't necessarily see, not every business you want to turn into a $100 multi-million business. Some of them, you want a lifestyle business. We have a lot of people in the United States that just want a business like a consulting firm where I can make a very nice living. I don't want 15 people working for me. I like working for myself, knowing I can run the show. I don't want to have to manage people. I've managed people, and you don't want to manage people. They're tough to do. But there's lots of different, we have different business in there, and some people just like being in consulting and they just want to do that. Some people want to turn this in. I've already described my son-in-law. His is very short term. Lots of different businesses you can run. There's a guy by the name of Guy Kawasaki in the United States, and all he does is what we call a serial entrepreneur. Starts a business, runs it for 5 years, and then sells it to somebody. And he's done this, I think, 37 times. So there are people that, there's different types of entrepreneurship. You don't have to be locked in that I'm going to just do this business. And of course, there's family entrepreneurship. Your family already runs a business, and you want to go in and help make that business better. There's a lot of people who do that, and my son-in-law did that for his father for a while. Okay. Work experience, knowledge, and skills coming from your job. We talked about that one. Could be a product or service you're familiar with, or one that you're not. I have an older gentleman who just invented something that he got patented, has got it selling, he's ready to sell it now, and it was something he just spotted that he needed to fix and thought, I can fix this. And I think it's something that straps down something to a car. Okay, so you can, every once in a while, get a product like that. Also, we're going to talk about the external environment, technology. I'm going to run you through some of this. We're going to go through this. I'm going to show you what they think is going to happen by 2040, and we're going to talk about ideas that can come out of that. So that'll be one part. So it could come from technology, it could come something out of society, come out of demographic changes, could come from economic and legal. So don't think those, we'll talk about that. We're going to exercise for doing that one. All right? Environmental scanning is probably one of the top ones that most current companies use to figure out if they're missing products they could sell. So there are companies that are constantly watching, what are competitors doing? What are customers finding? What are the trends going on? All right, and we'll talk about the difference between trend and fad. They're different, all right? But you want to be watching them, okay? Some of the best ideas have come from. So here's my kind of, shall we say, I'm going to leave you with this by the time I leave. What businesses are going to come out of AI? I can't tell you that. I know where we are with AI, where I think we are. But if you ask me, where do I think it's going to go? I have no idea. I like I said, I grew up in the internet. And if you told me in 1992 when we signed it into law and turned it over to the world, I would have never told you that we have everything we do today. And it's amazing for me. So I'm posing to you guys a question. What will AI do in your lifetime? What can you foresee it doing? All right, so kind of keep that in mind. All right, not saying you should do it. I'm just saying keep it. All right, again, creativity and problem solving. Sometimes you got businesses and they're just trying to create and solve a problem. Customer brings a problem to them, and 3M has gotten very good at this. All right, so so I'll give you a little background. So you guys all know who 3M is, right? Everybody knows who 3M is. So you guys know the story of Post-it notes. So Post-it notes. So here's what actually happened. So they had a scientist. His original idea is he wanted to create a packing tape glue that was so good it wouldn't rip off. That's what he wanted to hit. So he creates this glue. Not what he got. He got this stuff that was tacky and would do nothing. And he put it up on a shelf and he says, that's not what I was looking for, and he left it there. So about a week later, he's sitting down, he's got to write a note to somebody. Writes the note out and pulls this glue off and takes a little bit, sticks on the back note and puts it on something and sends it off to somebody. Guy gets this note and comes out and goes, what is this? He goes, I don't know, it's some freaking glue I created. He says, I don't know what to do with it. It's not what I originally wanted. He says, but it's great. You can put it on, you take stuff off. He says, I don't know what it is. The guy goes, can you make me 10 of these? Cool. So the guy sits down and says, makes him 10 of these. So this guy now goes out and he starts sending these attached notes all throughout the company. The guy who originally creates this gets these phone calls, and he's getting not one or two, he's getting 15 or 20 of these every hour. And he goes to the marketing department and says, I have a product. Marketing department says, go away, we're not giving you any money, leave me alone. And he goes, I'm telling you. So these guys kept calling him. He finally told him, he says, call the marketing department. 15 minutes later, they came downstairs because they got almost 50 calls in like an hour's time span. They came down and said, what is this product you got? He goes, so we proceeded to show what he had done. He got this glue, he put it on the back. So they said, he goes, I think we have a product. That was the original yellow Post-it notes. Now here's how they actually sold it. So they got the idea. This is how they got it out. So on a weekend, they created a bunch of these, the typical 2 1/4 by 2 inches, square yellow ones, and they sent them off to the secretaries of the Fortune 500 companies. And what they found the secretaries doing is their boss has to sign something, they pull one of them off and tell them, sign here. And they would put an arrow to where he had to sign. And by the time before it, these companies were buying them because they just found it was way easier to write it down on something, stick it on there and say, sign this, or I need you to do this. It was way easier. That's how Post-it notes got to be where it is. And again, this is an area where they had an idea. Wasn't a problem they were trying to solve. He just had something he didn't know what to do with. So recognize some of them can be just coincidental, all right? But again, create a problem solving. 3M, while that is an instance where somebody like 3M creates a product because they've got something, they also do a lot of problem solving. They're a very innovative company, and customers do come to them with problems that they don't know what to do with. So they're very, very innovative. Brainstorming, you get a lot of that. When you start working, you'll see a lot of companies try to brainstorm ideas on a fixed thing, generate more revenue, make companies bigger, take things to the next level. All right, focus groups. So here's how focus groups work. In the United States, Hasbro, which is a toy company, tries to figure out what toys are they going to sell at Christmas time in the United States. And here's what they do. They put all the toys they've invented in a room, and they drop a bunch of 5, 6 years, 3 to 6 year olds, you drop them in the room, and they watch what they play with. And what gets played with is what you see in the stores when you're ready for Christmas time. They do focus groups. They watch. They make observations. And that's what you see. Those are the toys you get sold to your kids. All right? Intuition. This is where you use your subconscious, make some precise decisions based on your knowledge and your experience, your gut feeling. So don't ever ignore your gut feeling. All right? And this is somewhat what my son-in-law did. He had a gut feeling that this would work. He didn't know if it would. Kept talking to people. He talked to me, talked to his father, talked to another gentleman, and eventually did something. But he started off with his gut feeling thinking, this could something that could work. It took him about a year to walk through it. So it wasn't something he put together in a short period of time. Okay? All right, so here's the ground rules. We're going to do 3 different types of one, right? And I'm just going to kind of take ideas from you, and we'll talk. So first of all, we're going to use tables. So we're going to have you guys do this in teams, all right? So that's first one. Second one, no idea at this point is stupid or idiotic. This is how brainstorming works, all right? Might be the next revolution. You do not know. So realize, by the way, in the 100 students that are here, any one of you could be the next Steve Jobs, could be the next Bill Gates, any one of these guys. So don't ever think, I might see you in the news 2 years or 10 years from now going, I met that student. And that's cool stuff for me because I like that, all right? So do not worry if you don't have an idea. You may generate an idea you didn't even think about. We're going to do 3 ones. So the first one is, what are some of your initial business ideas right now before we do anything? So what are you thinking about doing? Who's got some? Yep, you'll see that's the next page after the how, what, and why. So take about 5-10 minutes. Think about just some initial business ideas that you've been just mulling over. And I'm going to solicit some from you. See what you got. And by the way, this could be a family business. This could be a current one you're thinking about. This is how we're going to refine it. So think about table-wise. Talk to people. Yeah. Yeah, fashion design. That's a business. Yep, you could do that. Fashion design works, so that could be on your list. How much time do you have? Well, let's say 5-10 minutes. We're just looking for initial ideas. Could be a family business they're already running. It could be fashion design. It could be I want to run an auto shop. Just real simple. Anything. Because then we'll get some other ways to do it. But right now, just some initial thoughts. Yeah. If you don't have one, don't worry. You can if you want. I gave you space if you wanted. If you were somebody who had 3 ideas and couldn't figure out which one to do, you can write it down. If you only got one, just fill it in there. Yeah, you could write 3 ideas and 3 different ideas from the group. You could individually do it. Up to you. So talk, verse, see what you got. You move from the side of the table. Okay, just checking. You got an idea?
We are 5.
Oh, numbers aren't important. Table. We're doing this by table. Don't worry about it. I thought about that when I went to do my notes last night because now that I saw the room and everything, I really should just say students around the table would be way easier than 2 to 3 or 4 because I couldn't remember. Do they sit 3, 4? I couldn't remember. So I just said some tables. It would have been way easier. What do you got? Anything?
See, this is an idea generation workshop. Okay? आपको आइडियाज जनरेट करनी है. अब आइडियाज कैसे आएंगी वो सर ने आपको बताया, राइट? सो पहला है इंटरेस्ट, हॉबीज. आपके टीम मेंबर्स में किसकी क्या क्या इंटरेस्ट है, हॉबीज है, उस पर फोकस करो. वर्क एक्सपीरियंस, नॉलेज, एक्सटर्नल एनवायरनमेंट, सारी चीजें हैं आपके सामने. आर यू गेटिंग? ठीक है. तो based on this you have to generate an idea, business idea. ज्यादा उधर भी मत देखो, डिस्कशन करो. हाँ, ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करो, फोकस ग्रुप डिस्कशन करो. ओके.
I said 4 minutes. I gave you 6. All right. Let's find out what you have. Hey, I gave you 4 and I let you go 6. So let's see what you got. I gave you 6. I gave you longer. And if you don't have one, don't worry about it. All right? So, what initial ideas do you have? What kind of businesses do you want to run initially? What do you think? What do you got? What kind of business you got? What ideas do you have? Initial ideas? Good.
Sir, first we have an idea of AI generated backpack.
What's that?
Backpack is GPS type of one.
Okay.
Not remote control type. We can wear a watch with GPS that our bag will track. The bag will be movable.
Okay.
That will facilitate the students of various institutes and the trackers.
Okay.
So, trackers means they are going for hiking and for tourism.
Okay. Nice. That'll work. Just one.
And another one is corporate housing. Means for reducing the traffic congestion, we are thinking a situation where the work can be divided into shifts. Like Monday to Wednesday one shift employees, and then Thursday to Friday another shift. Where you have to work in the corporate, live in the corporate. The corporate itself is a house. It can be converted into a portable house.
All right.
Like for 9 to 5 you do your job. Then after 5 or to 6 p.m. you can live there.
Yeah, with the growth going on, that could be a very important
convertible house, corporate house.
idea.
To reduce the traffic congestions, mostly 5 to 6 years back in 2017, a 65 days traffic jam was occurred in China, Beijing.
Okay.
So to reduce these kind of situations in growing economies like India, America, mostly.
Good. Don't worry about it. Okay, that'll work. Who else is gonna share? Nice job. Anybody else? You got one? Okay. No, just pick 1 or 2. Yep. No, just pick 1 or 2 that you got. And again, you're only clearing the idea.
Just the idea about it.
Just the idea. Good. Yep.
Okay, so the
Sorry, I'm used to listening.
okay, no, it's completely okay. So the business so the Jalgaon, this place is really famous for its banana cultivation and production. And we have discussed this ideas. After the cultivation of banana, there's a lot of raw material.
Okay.
The waste, you may see the waste of that. So that waste can be turned into the raw material for our production, and from that, as the banana stem have lots of fibers in it, so that it can be turned into the napkin, tissue paper, production, rope. The fibers can also be sent, or
that would work,
and you can use it, and also the bags can be made from it. And as the place, there's a lot of banana cultivation over here, and the waste is also created, so that just the waste can be converted into the things, and we can go over it.
Perfect.
And we can also, as the raw material will be the stems of the banana that we can easily get from that, and we can also get it on a low, cheap, and the farmers can also be benefited. As the main crop of the banana is sold, they can also sell the stem, and they can be also in profit. We can also generate more profit from it. That's our business.
No, that's fine. That's perfect. Wait, how do you think this got created? This is bamboo.
Oh.
And at some point, if somebody told me 20 years ago, we're going to get a shirt out of bamboo, I said, what world do you live in? There's nothing wrong. If you can see an opportunity, you can convert it, and you got the science, perfect. Have at it. So, yeah, that would work.
Thank you.
All right. Who else we got? Nice job. What's up? Oh, he wanted to do something with bananas, correct? Bananas, and so you eat the bananas, but you got the peels, and he wants to do something with the peels and turn clothing and things like that. And I said, you can do that. This is made of bamboo, so why couldn't you use stuff that you would normally? So waste products. Oh, you got one? Please. What you got?
So my idea is on logistic solutions.
Hold on, hey, can't hear.
So basically, this is a type of logistic solution app in which it will help both commuters and people. So it is a source of income, additional income for the commuters who travel daily. Let's say from Washington to New York.
Okay.
So he can put his that travel date on the app, and the customer who is required to send his or parcel or product to the New York.
Okay.
So he can connect with him, and thus it can also speed up the process of transporting the goods and services.
Okay. All right. Along with ports that are automatically mirroring robots, probably would speed up the process a lot.
Yes.
So keep that in mind. All right, that'll work. So far, so good. I'm liking this. You guys are inventive. What else we got? Please. What you got? Give me one.
Sir, our idea is about food export business.
Food export.
Yes.
Okay. What about it?
Sir, because food today India is largest producing region of food, spices, and vegetables in India, and we can transport our business from dried fruits and dehydrated vegetables with removing of 100% moisture content of the food.
Okay.
And we can use by hot air oven, and in packaging we can use vacuum packaging by removing the excess air from the product.
Nice. So this one is about food exporting. Like that. Oh, perfect. What do we got? You guys are really inventive so far. I'm liking this.
Hello. Drone spray in farming. That's my idea for farming.
Okay.
They was reduce the personal treatments of persons. They reduce the timing.
Okay.
And by drone, we can reduce the chemical products for the use only in that particular area. There was the that thing. Thank you.
I actually like that idea. When I was in Kenya, I was out in I was out doing green beans, talking to green bean farmers, and the gentleman is out spraying the field physically. And the first thought I thought is, why couldn't you do this by drone? And I can do 4 or 5 fields in one sitting. Yeah, you could easily do that. That's a really good idea. And by the way, I was out yesterday. I saw the same thing. A gentleman is out spraying the field, and I'm like, could do it by drone. Why not? And think about it. Hire your services. Yeah, there's a need. I think there's a need there. That would work. That would work. Who else we got? Anybody else want to share? Oh, what do you got? Please. She has the idea, but she'd like you to present it. That's good. Keep them. You never know when one might work out, and you might need another one.
We thought of reselling tickets.
No, which one?
Thought of reselling tickets.
Reselling to kids.
Yeah.
Okay, and what are you reselling?
Just like concert tickets, people don't
Okay.
get their buyers, and sellers also don't have buyers. Buyers also don't have sellers.
So more of a
we
marketplace.
connect those buyers
Okay.
and sellers, and we'll get a commission and earn revenue out of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That did work. Resellers. I like that.
Reselling tickets. Yeah.
Okay. Keep that. Yep. Yeah, and it might not just be concert tickets. It could be other things. It could be plane tickets. It could be hotel rooms. There's lots of things you could resell. Yeah, so keep that in mind. Don't lose that. Not necessarily. Plane tickets would be hard because they have somebody's name on it. But concert tickets, you could do that. You could also do it. I'm thinking else. What else? You could do it with concert tickets. Is the most viable one. What's up? Yeah, you could do amusement parks. Anything that doesn't have somebody's name on, you could easily do it. So there's lots of different things. There's parents who plan on going to Disney World, can't get to Disney World, and so I've got these tickets and I want to resell them to somebody else. You can easily do that, and you would collect a fee off that. So no, it's a good idea. Anybody else? You don't have to present. I'm just asking. Are we good? Anybody else want to present an idea? Nope. You got another one? Please. Oh, that's okay. What we got?
Sir, basically, my idea is group supplementary farming.
Okay.
Group supplementary farming, which is related to farming.
Okay.
So, sir, basically in India, where the people getting some problems in making farming related to farming, where the people using the idea of group farming. At this idea, the farmer came together to produce one crop, which is affordable for everyone. And sir, for supplementary farming, we can use the animal farming and just like that fish farming. For fish farming and animal farming, people needs more land. And in India, the number of small farmers is very high. They are known as Alpa Bhudarak, means they have the land between 1 to 3 acres, not more than 3 acres. So at there they can share the half of acres of land for farmers, which creates 2 acres of land. And at there they can make some artificial lakes and produce fish farming or the animal farming.
Nice, that would work. We've got, and the funny thing is, there's a lot of countries now that are doing aquaculture farming, and instead of going out and catching them in the wild, they got areas and they grow their fish and their mussels and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that'll work. Okay, I keep thinking about that. We keep developing that. Are we good? Oh, please. I'm liking this.
So now basically our idea is a virtual reality.
Hey guys,
travel,
can't hear.
A virtual reality travel.
Shh. Thank you. Okay.
It is basically when we travel to some place.
Okay.
So against that we can feel that place virtually. So we will set up one place. We can call it as a gaming zone.
Okay.
So, but it won't be a gaming zone basically, but it's a place where we can feel that place environment. If we are in the like we have a snow place in Manali called in India.
Yeah.
So if I'm here, so I want to feel that place. So with the use of proper technology, we can assume that we can see it through the what we can say that lenses, and we can feel that chair. If there is something ride, we can shake that chair also according to the situation. It's basically taking feel of that place here, anywhere in the place.
Probably something off of like a virtual reality?
Yes.
Perfect. Augmented reality, virtual reality, that would work. Anybody else want to share before we move on? Are we good? All right. You ready for the next stage? Put that there. All right, are we ready? So if you didn't have an idea, stage 2. This is another way companies will provide or get ideas. So if you haven't got one, here's a chance to try another method. So I'm going to use pestle analysis to come up with ideas. So I'm going to give you a bunch of facts of what we believe from a magazine called The Futurist, of what they believe will happen in 2040, and what they think are the trends and they think ways are headed. Not just in the United States, but around the world, of what they think is going to occur. So this may shape your idea, this may come up with a new idea, it might influence your idea. So don't take anything here, this is just facts. All right? All right, so this is global trends. So here's some facts for you. By 2040, they expect global population growth to slow, and the world is going to rapidly age. So they think there's going to be more older people than people in your generation. All right, so kind of keep that in mind. What else? Some developed and emerging economy, Europe and East Asia, are going to grow faster and face contracting populations. That's what's happening in Europe. Japan is facing this. They've got what they call reverse population growth. More people are dying than being born in Japan. Okay? We've got some developing countries, a number of them, that are benefiting from a larger working age population. India is one. Africa is one. Nigeria is in the same situation. There's a number of them that are in that area. Okay? Human development in health, education, household prosperity. You're going to make historic improvements in every region during the past few decades. However, many countries are going to struggle to build and sustain these successes. Now, I don't know if I buy this. I think with AI, I think we'll become innovative. We've always been innovative, and I think the innovation is going to come from other countries. I don't think it'll just be the U.S. I don't think it's going to be developed countries. I think it's going to come out of lots of different places. So I'll be interested to see what other countries can provide new ideas. All right? So here's some ideas. This came out of a magazine. Population growth, they expect to decline. So they think that instead of going to 10 billion people, we're going to go from 9 to 8 billion. We're going to drop down to 7 and 6. Right? Not go out of the way. Age structure. Median age, they expect to go up. So you're expecting less people to be born, the age is going to increase. Let's see, they expect the working age to remain about the same from 2020 to 2040. Poor, for example, remain about the same population percentage, not going to really change. Middle class remains the same, although in the United States it's shrinking. Other places it's maintaining, other places it's growing. In India, I believe the middle class is growing. So there are people that made it. Urbanization, they expect people to move into cities more than do what I do, which is move outside the city into rural areas or out into suburbs. Okay? Let's see what else have I got for you. Environment. Physical effects of climate change are coming whether we like it or not, and they expect that in somewhere around 2030 it's going to intensify. So they think things like tornadoes, hurricanes, typhoons, droughts are all going to be intensified. They're not going to go away, but they could get worse. So we're expected to have more tornadoes in our country. So, and God knows where they're going to happen. Well, we finally had our first one in New York State in 15 years, which we haven't had one for a long time. All right? They expect, again, more extreme storms, droughts, floods, melting glaciers, ice caps, rising sea levels. They expect that to happen. And this is the kicker to the whole thing. It's going to disproportionately affect different areas. Rising sea levels are going to affect island populations more than they're going to affect the United States. And places like New York City, Miami, they're going to pay a price as sea levels rise. I'm going to be fine in New York State because I live in upstate New York, all right? But there's going to be a lot of places that are going to be affected, all right? Also, this is going to create new vulnerabilities, but it could also, because of the risk, create new opportunities. Let me give you an example of a new opportunity. So the sea level in Venice, Italy, was creating problems. If you ever go to Venice, Italy, I've been there, you can be there in the afternoon and you can actually watch on the buildings. St. Mark's Square, there's a church, and you can actually see the sea level where it's risen to on the church. It marks on the church. What they did is decided that they wanted to stop in out where the mouth of the river that comes in from the sea, they put blockades in there. When they know high tide stops, they drop this gate. Sea level remains the same. Now I don't have flooding areas in the middle of Venice. Turns out, by the way, we did something similar in Louisiana, New Orleans. So there were new ideas that we didn't have before. Okay? Let's see, sorry. Let's go back here. Okay, so on the global thing, climate change, eroding human security, that means food insecurity. That is, you can see a lot of humanitarian wars, things like that, and environmental degradation. You guys have witnessed that here. I can see some of that just in this area. I see that in Kenya when I'm there. I see it in Nigeria. Droughts, for example, are causing some of that, all right? The interesting part is they think there'll be some new new technologies, and we will adapt. How well we'll adapt will be the question, but we will probably adapt. Okay? Economic trends. Here's some things that concern me as an economist. Rising national debt. For the first time in the United States, our GDP is lower than our national debt. For the first time in 50-some years. So recognize, as somebody who lives in the U.S. and is capitalist, that's a problem for me, especially after studying economics. I have a real problem with that. All right? More complex and fragmented trading. And I guarantee that you watch in the 4 years, you watch the United States, I guarantee we're going to create some of that problem. We've just got Donald Trump elected, and he's going to fragment this. I know he will, because this is his whole game. So I'll be interested to see what the results from that. There is, I think, going to be a shift in trade. I think India is going to be able to export more. And I think we're still going to continue to import, but you have an opportunity to import more stuff. And I think employment disruption is going to happen. AI is going to create some of this disruption for you, so be aware that's coming. So skills will be a key component of that. All right? Many governments have reduced flexibility. Again, greater debt burdens, diverse trading rules, broader array of powerful states, and you've got corporate actors now. So if we think about our government for a second, Elon Musk, who runs Tesla, is now going to be the guy who's going to cut our government expenditures. Really? I have a company owner who's going to cut government expenditures. I have a little problem with that. He shouldn't be doing that, but we'll give him a shot. See what happens. All right, so if you look at this, let's see, we've got changes in employment disruption is going to increase. Trade environment is fragmenting. We talked about national debt. We've got new, larger economies exerting influence. So India and China are now having more influence than the United States and Europe. So we were coming up, now we're coming down. India and China are coming up. Every empire has its day, as they say. Larger firms are going to shape global competitiveness. You can see what's happening. Look at Tesla. Look at some of the larger Indian companies. They will shape what's going on. Okay? They're going to come to pass. Global diversifying. Companies and countries are going to look to diversify what they're doing and where they're doing it. So be aware how that's going to come. Governments are constrained. We are going to, in the United States, we're going to be constrained by our debt. When your debt is higher than your GDP, it's going to reduce what options we have to take care of stuff. So I'll be interested to see how we handle this. All right? What's that? Okay. And again, economic activity tilting towards Asia and Africa. So be aware, it's going to change. All right, let's see. Technology-wise, offer potential to mitigate problems for climate change, disease, new challenges, and job displacement. The question I left you with before, what is AI to do for you? What will it do to you? Are you going to lose your job because of AI? They've predicted they think about 10% of the jobs will be eliminated because AI will take them over. For example, I guarantee you will not need as many administrative assistants. Why? Because I can get AI to write me a letter. You don't need an administrative assistant to do that. And we can't ignore it. It's here. Okay? But we've always created technology, and technology has always helped us grow and change. Okay? Let's see. Technologies are being invented, used, spread, and discarded at ever-increasing speeds around the world. All you have to do is look at all the laptops we discarded, look at all the TVs we discarded, and they're not just discarded in the United States. Somehow they end up around the world. All right? Centers of innovation are emerging. Countries are getting together where they're now doing research across countries 24 hours, 7 days a week. 3M has plants that will do 8 hours of research in the United States, and that same group will then be turned over to somebody in Europe, which is now 5 to 8 years, and then it'll be turned over to somebody in Asia. And they just keep working on the same problem. You're going to see more of this. You can see it in India. There's areas in India I know that are doing the same thing. They're using groups in different areas. All right? The next 2 decades, they expect the pace and reach of technological development likely to increase even faster than it has. So the rate at which I saw things increasing is going to be higher in yours. All right? They also think it's going to change how you experience and your capabilities. All right? If you want to see some of it, go see what MIT is working on. They're working on some fascinating stuff. All right? I've seen some stuff coming out of China. They're working on stuff. All right? Let me give you an example. When we talk about, this is in your lifetime, and this is something I saw in my lifetime, but I'll give you just an idea when we talk about technology. So in my classes, first 10 years of teaching, I would always use the example of, could you imagine if you had a blood test that would tell you if you had cancer, and if you had that cancer, what type of cancer you had? That's a reality day in my lifetime. My oncologist has a blood test that will tell you whether you have cancer 80% of the time, and in 75% of the time, it'll tell you what type of cancer you have. Because they've identified that each cancer puts off a different antigen. So they have one single blood test that you can walk in, get blood drawn from your arm, and it'll tell you well before you ever have cancer. That was something developed in my lifetime. So imagine, that's in my lifetime, imagine what will be developed in your lifetime. Could they cure cancer in your lifetime? That's what I'm thinking. All right? New tensions and disruptions, by the way, between societies, industries, and states. AI is going to create this because if the United States is not doing AI, China and India are going to do it. And if they're not doing it, Europe's going to do it. Somebody will be using AI in probably ways we didn't even think about using it. So I'm worried. So we're looking at things in this. First of all, we are a hyper-connected world, which is fascinating to me. But you're going to see communication networks, more of them. You're going to see more human-machine interface, more advanced computing, wireless reality, artificial intelligence, robotics. That's all coming. In fact, robotics, they think, in a video I showed my students, they think robotics is going to shift clothing manufacture, by the way, from countries like yours to what we offshore to now inshoring to our country. We will now be doing it. Because why? I get robots to do the work. Okay? At least that's what one of the videos I'm showing. All right? Here's one for political. Public demands are going to probably outweigh government's capabilities. You and I as individuals are going to demand more. Government's only going to be able to do so much. And we will be unhappy. Okay? So there's going to be a disequilibrium. Also, as you can see right now, would you agree that democracy is at risk? Yeah, and it isn't just the United States. It's around the world. I'm seeing it in Europe. I see it in Central Europe. So that's an issue. Adaptive governance is happening. They're trying to figure out how to adapt. And again, are we right for a new model? So in the United States, we spend a lot of time talking in socialists. What we realize is we've been socialists for about 100 years by now. And if we weren't socialists, we'd have huge increases and then depressions if we weren't socialist. So every country has got some type of socialism. We don't get away from it. You got social safety nets, you have socialism. Okay? What else? So, this will be the last thing we'll do for the day, and we may not even discuss it. All right? Well, we got time left. Perfect. We got 12 minutes left. All right? So, based on those information for you, what ideas do you have for future trends based on that? What improvements do you have on those trends? Do you have something you go, this would be good, we can improve this? All right? That'll work. All right? So get in your groups again and see what you come up with based on new knowledge. And you can even alter your current one. What's that? No.
बहुत हो गया बहुत हो गया बहुत हो गया I'm getting bored.
ए भाई
Keep quiet.
Hello. Hello. Guys, we'll wrap for today. Okay. Just I wanted to make some announcement. The worksheet that you have worked today, please submit that to me after the session. Okay. I'll keep it with me. And tomorrow we will discuss what the challenges you face while crafting this new business idea. We'll work on it, guys. Be prepared. And what? Yes. चलेगा ठीक है guys, anyone have a question? Does anyone have a question? Any question for today? कुछ question है क्या? समझ क्या नहीं कर ठीक है? Anything left guys? Yes.
Hello. Hello everyone. सुनो, सिर्फ कल के लिए, कल मकर संक्रांति है तो सिर्फ कल के लिए ट्रेडिशनल पहन के आना. कंप्लीट ट्रेडिशनल अटायर, बॉयज के लिए कुर्ता वगैरह हो सकता है, गर्ल्स के लिए जो होने लगे. ट्रेडिशनल अटायर सिर्फ कल के लिए है, सेशन के लिए बस. बाकी परसों से वापस से यूनिफॉर्म कंपलसरी है. ओके.